Call the January 7th City Council meeting to order. Commissioner Smith, you give us the prayer, and then we'll have the presentation of colors and then the pledge.
Let's send that to the prayer. Our Father, our God, we come once again. Thankful, Heavenly Father, for how you blessed us through 2025 and allow us to come to 2026. And we just say thank you for your blessings. We ask the Lord to bless this commission meeting today. Bless all those that are present. We pray in thy Son Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Presentation of colors.
Left face. Present colors.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order colors. Detail. Right face. Forward march.
Fact of the day. Congress set January 7, 1789 as the date by which states were required to choose electors for the country's first ever presidential election. A month later, on February the 4th, George Washington was elected president by state electors and sworn into office on April 30th, 1789. Fact of the day.
All right. Welcome to the public meeting of the City Council of the City of Apopka. Please turn off all cell phones or set them to silent. The City Council permits and encourages input and comments by members of the public on all matters which may come before the Council for action. If you wish to address the Council this afternoon, please make sure you have filled out a card with your contact information and have presented it to the clerk. When called upon, please proceed to the podium and speak clearly into the microphone, stating your name, address of record, organization, if any, and direct your comments to the City Council and not to individual commissioners, staff, or members of the public. The Council and the City staff encourages constructive criticism. However, personal attacks are prohibited. Please observe general rules of decorum and civility. Speakers and members of the audience shall refrain from rude or derogatory remarks, shouting, disruptions, reflections as to integrity, slander, abusive comments, profanity, vulgarities, and statements as to personalities. Any violation of these provisions may result in the issuance of verbal warning, including trespass warning. If violations persist after such warnings, violators may be removed from the council chambers. Okay, with that, Jody.
Dr. O.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
It's been a bright and sunny one after the fog lifts. This year, I'd like to see some improvement in our heat islands. Whenever you go along roads, you've got a lot of heat absorption and lack of trees. And when we add trees to these areas, adding canopy back that we've removed, and in subdivisions where trees have been removed, the houses and all get hotter. The roads dissolve faster. When you're looking at, and you confirm it with your streets department, is that asphalt should last 15 to 20 years normally. Well, in Florida, it lasts 7 years in the heat without trees surrounding it. And I'm not talking about being over the top of it, I'm just talking adjacent to it. And when you then turn around and add trees to the sides, they can last a little bit longer. You're also talking about people being willing to walk and go out and have a leisurely stroll or take their children out or walk to work as opposed to putting more cars on the road. They get better gas mileage. Your vehicles in your fleet, the tires last longer. There's so many features, and we have a agriculturalist on the board here, and he knows the benefits of not only giving off oxygen that everybody seems to know about, but they don't know about sequestering carbon and the toxicity that it takes out of the air. If you don't have the trees along the side of the road, you don't have the toxic fumes from the cars being absorbed. And then if you have pollutants in the water, they also absorb the water. Besides that, these trees can absorb up to 4,000 gallons or so a year. You put 10 out there along a pond or a lake that has been flooding, that's 40,000 gallons. You put 30 trees around there, and look what you've done. You're removing a lot of water from that area. That evapotranspiration then cools the area and makes people happy. And then new research has come out of Louisville where the people have put 8,000 trees along one interstate, another section of equal socioeconomic people and ages, and they found out that where the cytokines were measured for years of the people with the 8,000 trees versus no trees, that they had a drop of 10 to 15% cytokines, which means lower cancer, lower heart disease, and lower lung disease. And I have this research if anybody wants to read it. Trees are powerful. They hold the soil in place. They clean the water. And that's the purview of the Orange Soil and Water Conservation District. So please consider replacing trees, raising the quantity of trees maintained in the complexes, the subdivisions, the business places. One local area has a 2.15 acre lot. They built a large building on it. They filled the parking lot. They still added 106 new trees to it. 106 full-size trees were just added this past week. Thank you.
Michael Kennedy.
Hello, how you guys doing today?
Once you raise there's a button, raise it up just a little bit. There you go.
I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
Good job.
I live in 2131 Majestic Woods Boulevard, and they say we're gonna have new septic tanks put onto the city because we have our personal ones right now, and we've been paying $1,000 extra on our taxes, but they haven't started work on the project.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
We're on public, our private septic tanks, and on Wakaiba, they're trying to put us onto the city, and they're charging us an extra $1,000 for our property tax, and they haven't done work yet. Only thing they did was come and spray some signs, and that was it.
I'm not sure. I got John Hanson's. Might want to reach John. If you got a card, you can give him, and y'all after the meeting.
Yeah, because it's an extra $1,000 extra every year on our property tax that I paid, and they haven't done no work on it or nothing.
I yeah. So
And they sent out letters to the community and stuff like that, and only thing they did was come and measure, mark, and spray, and then never came back in and done anything.
yeah. So
Okay.
if you get a card from John, he's our building official,
Okay,
and
that's all.
we'll get you figured out.
That's all I had to.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Jim Moyer.
Good afternoon. My name's Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor. Happy holidays to everyone, individually and collectively to the city of Apopka. We have our meetings at Orange County at 201 South Roseland Avenue in the county building. It's the second Friday of every month. Now it's from 3 to 5 p.m. And beginning last October, we're on Orange TV. So our meeting is this Friday. We're going to have appointments for the positions, the chair, the vice chair, the secretary, the treasurer, and the public information officer this Friday. So I would encourage anyone interested to come downtown Orlando to our meeting this Friday between 3 and 5, or if you're unavailable, to watch us on Orange TV. That the county graciously started allowing us to be on Orange TV. Thank you for your time. Best of luck to all of you, and God bless.
Bill Aerosmith.
Bill Aerosmith, 12943 Lake Door Circle, Tavares. Good afternoon. As you recall, last month I appeared and had a request that you name the all-inclusive park on Jason Dwelly Parkway after a fallen hero, Roger Griffin. Unfortunately, I had to leave early, so I didn't realize it was coming up again at the end of the meeting for further discussion. But from what I understand, there was suggestions that a street be named after him in the back of one of the larger subdivisions, um, and that's not at all what I had asked for. I'm asking to honor somebody by naming a park after them, to actually have a memorial there for him with a plaque on it, um, for giving his life to our country. And like I say, I think somebody suggested that possibly there's a new policy we should put in force as far as, and there again, going back to naming streets, and that's not what I was talking about. Um, with the idea that you submit applications and resumes and things like that. Roger Griffin graduated from high school in 1964, and he died in a rice paddy in 1966 in Vietnam. So he had a very short resume. I don't think this should be included in that type of venue. I think we should look at things on a one-by-one form. So anyway, I guess my question today is, what is the feeling of the commission on this?
Anybody got a? I know that they talked about the criteria, which you just mentioned. He didn't, obviously, because his life was cut short and didn't meet it. I'm perfectly comfortable, although as I said the last meeting, is that um, I didn't know Robert Griffin, obviously, but I think that that you, Bill Air-Smith, deserve.
And that's not what we're here to talk about.
I understand that, but
Okay.
I think I need to get on the record that if anybody deserves something named after him, it's
Yeah,
Bill Air-Smith.
and that's completely different from what I'm talking
understand.
about. I want to talk strictly about Roger Griffin and honoring him, and I think it's a perfect opportunity with this new park. It's there on Jason Dwelly Parkway, which, by the way, as soon as Jason Dwelly lost his life, not this commission, but at the time, Jason Dwelly Parkway it was named immediately. We have a monument out there for him, and I think that that's a different situation. But
Okay, Bill, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting as
okay,
an agenda item, and we will vote it up or down. But so that everybody in the community has a chance to look at it.
okay,
So I'll make that commitment to you that we'll have it on the agenda, and it'll be on the.
I
on the merits.
appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank you very
got it.
much.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Sylvester Hall,
Happy New Year. I want to point out the clock and hold my time. I've been watching the clock since I sat there. Everybody come before me been getting 4 minutes. I've been sitting over there and I've been watching. Now I notice when I get up here, it gets down to 3 minutes. Roll back the video and you'll see. I've been sitting over there watching, and I had a conversation with Mr. Bell. I say, are they giving us 4 minutes now? He said, well, no, she may not know. So I said, okay, let's just see how it roll out. And so when I come up here, I notice exactly it starts at 3 minutes with me. But everybody else before me was getting 4 minutes. Why is that? Mayor? Commissioners? Why is that? So can you start me over at 4 minutes, please, like everybody else before me? You can't do that, right, Mayor? And then I noticed, I called my time. I noticed when Mr. Aerosmith was up here, you didn't cut him off exactly at this time. And you had dialogue with him. You don't extend that courtesy to everybody else, Mayor. So let's start the new year off right. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here today with a powerful message for we the people. We the people in the city of Apopka, in the state of Florida, and in our country. Too many good people are standing by watching bad things happening and not doing anything about it. Some of them are even bow down to participate in it. It is time for us to stand up against hate. It's time for us to stand up against corruption. It's time for us to stand up against racism. It's time for us to stand up against greed. And it's time for us to stand up against white privilege. I had a vice president, my vice president, say in America, we don't have to apologize for being white. Well, I want to say to every black American, you don't have to apologize for being black. For every minority, you don't have to apologize for being a minority. When we normalize the abnormal, we desensitize the truth to the point the truth doesn't matter anymore. Look at the dog and pony show we're going through. And then when we do it, we try to sit down and have intellect dialogue with the abnormal conditions. Like it's a way of life. And like it's the truth. And we know it's so far from the truth. When I talk about racism, I was born in '62. You can hang a Negro then and then and have a little recourse for it. And it's about the same way. But it's sad in America today when a black man can't identify his oppressor. It's a sad day in America. And if we don't deal with racism in America, racism will deal with us. And if we have another civil war, I'm keeping it real. America will no longer be America as we know it today. So I tell everybody who can hear my voice today, stop giving the government a blank check. When I come to these meetings, we have less than 10 people that comes to these meetings to oversee what the government is doing with their money. We have 33,000 registered voters. A few over 8,000 show up to cast their votes. Your power is your vote and your voice. When you give it away, don't complain about the future that you're leaving to your kids and your loved one. It's time for America to look at herself in the eye. And when we nominate our candidates to serve the people, not to rule over the people, to serve the people, we have to understand these principles. Principles matters. Integrity matters. Honesty matters. Accountability matters. Responsibility matters. Morals matters. Ethics matters. Character matters. Procedures matter. Leadership matters. Laws matter. Justice matters. And all God's people matters. When we pray to Jesus at the beginning of every meeting, then when we stop praying, we start with our wicked ways. So when you go home and you pray to your Jesus, ask him, are you serving the way he wants you to serve? And that's to love everyone. We don't try everything else. Let's try love.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, you can wait.
Mr. McKimmey?
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. I wish I had $1 every time I'd held Sylvester Hall saying procedures matter. But 2 years ago, I came to City Hall and I did an audit on the paperwork for the candidates and the oaths of office. What I discovered on that day was that not one of those papers, and that includes everyone on this dais, had been completed. There were errors of omission, and there were places where the city clerk should have signed and hadn't signed. There were places where the person that was authorising the paperwork had missed out if they knew the person or if they'd seen a driving licence. So Sylvester's right, procedures matter. A year after that, what happens? Procedure wasn't followed again. And we had another catastrophic event where all the residents didn't know whether or not a commissioner was entitled to run for office. Now, I'm not here today to go back in time and discuss that. What I'm saying to you is if procedures matter, why are we in the same mess yet again today? You commissioners were asked if we could make some changes to the charter so the city records clerk was responsible for policing the information that came in. It's not happened. And now, after the city have got behind candidates and things have been promised to the city by particular candidates, now we find a candidate is going to be excluded, potentially because of a clerical error or a mistake that could have been corrected by judicious intervention by the city clerk. Now, you're going to say to me, it's not the city jobs clerk to police it. You've already said that. But you people have a responsibility to us. And that man sitting there is a responsibility to the public to make sure that the city clerk is doing her job. If she's not doing her job, she needs to be removed. Now, let's move on quickly because we're running out of time. We spoke about New Year's honours list. Yeah. In lots of countries around the world, we have a New Year's honours list. So let's look at who we might also name a park for in Apopka. What about Austin Duran? What about the 2650 Foundation? How much have they provided to this city? We had a firefighter who died through, in my opinion, city negligence. Before we start naming any parks after anyone, let's start to look at what's happening in the city just now. Let's acknowledge the loss of a young man's life cut short in its prime. If we're going to do anything about naming a park, let's consider Austin Duran. Now, time's running out. Let's have a look at a question that has been asked of me. We recently had some pension changes, and I'm all in favour of those pension changes for the City of Apopka employees. But I'm led to believe that some of those changes are retrospective. And I've been asked the question
Wait
is,
until that'll come up on the agenda item. So
oh no, listen, you're cutting me short. This is my time. So what I would like to ask, because nobody wants to answer me when I ask the commissioners, I want to ask, has any of the commissioners had a chance to look to see what effects any retroactive changes might make on the budgetary requirements for the city?
Nikki McGuire.
Nikki McGuire, Naomi Kids, Apopka. Happy New Year's to everyone. It is awesome to still be alive. Thank you to everyone who has supported us at any time from 2014 to now through prayers, volunteering, in kind, and monetary contributions. Our 2025 community Christmas event was a great success with 102 kids registered plus some walk ins. Thank you to Vice Mayor. Commissioner Nestor and our police chief for attending, Mr. Gibson and the Boy Scouts for assisting with breakdown, Domino's for sponsoring the food, and bicycles. All right, let me stop listening because I'll miss someone. So thank you to everyone. Please visit the City of Apopka's YouTube channel to save and share what I have on the screen or reach out and we can email it to you. Naomi stands for Never Alone Overcoming Many Issues. We are not a religious organization. However, due to my strong faith and belief in God, our vision came from the story of Ruth and Naomi in the Bible, the way they stuck together after the sons and husband died with unwavering loyalty and selfless love. We do not discriminate against anyone based on their beliefs. It's God's job how he deals with his children. Our goal is to protect the minds of today's children to help become tomorrow's leaders. This is accomplished by letting every child know that they are important, loved, and an asset to the world. Our doors are held open by the grace of God and your generosity. We are reaching out to you today to please contribute to our program with your volunteer time, become a guest speaker, give in-kind supplies and or monetary donations. You can select an area from the list that's on the screen or give to our general fund. Time is limited at these meetings, so I'll be coming back at each meeting to give a little more on each of our 2026 projects. Feel free to reach out in the meantime for more information. Registration for our summer program is already open to accommodate the parents who want to take advantage of our layaway payment plans. Pay a little every week from January to July. Every dollar makes a difference. Thank you for listening, and may God continue to bless you above what you ask or you imagine as you bless not only us, but other organizations as well. On the screen, you can see we have our summer mentoring program. We are doing our back to school clothes and supply shopping. That date remain private because, as we learned from our Christmas event, people will just show up. And funds are limited, so we will, if you're donating specific for that event at that time, we will give you the specific date. Our Thanksgiving basket, that's something we've done annually from 2014. We'll continue to do that. Our Christmas event is set for December 12th, and we are relaunching our kids cafe where kids will come and they will get a hot supper meal, help with mentoring, with homework, whatever areas they need. Thanks, we did apply and receive Step Up for Kids, so we will be able to accept that as a form of payment for anyone else. We're still going to be doing as much as we can free to the public. You do have the QR codes, so please use them or visit our website. Call if you have any doubt and hesitant about donating. That means you have a question. I'm here to answer your questions. Thank you and have a fantastic rest of the day.
Is that it, Jody? Okay.
Francina Boykin.
You could go ahead, Ms. Morgan.
Good afternoon, mayors, council members. Happy New Year to everyone. Good to see everybody again. Uh, the Museum of Apopkins literally took a hit a couple of days ago. But that is not. But this is not about the museum. It is about the growing concerns of pedestrian safety, traffic backup along Fifth Street and long lines. We were blessed that no one was hurt. Not sure just what happened, but a vehicle crashed into the entrance of the museum. I did not realize how sturdy those logs were because it prevented more extensive damage. You know, there is some damage, but not significant damage. But I think what should be done at this time is that some study be done to address the safety in this location. I observe oftentimes people waiting in line, people backing up. It's just very chaotic, especially on the days when I guess it's the last day to get in to pay, and then the city was closed on, the hall was closed on Monday, so it created, a huge backup and chaos. And fortunate enough, I wasn't out front picking up paper and trimming leaves back when this gentleman's vehicle plowed through the steel beam and knocked over the grist mill, which slowed the vehicle down because I think that grist mill must weigh about 200 pounds or more, which was donated to us a long time ago to Mayor Land from the Wekiva area. So just that is my concern. Museum have taken a lot of other hits, but this one I think we need to address because it could have been the other way around. Oh, and by the way, y'all can keep that $88,000 for that study for the annexation because we don't want it. Thank you.
Virginia Street.
just Virginia Street, 2119 Palm Vista Drive, Apopka. I just want to I just really want to thank each one of the council members for the support that I got this holiday season from each of you. Um, it was overwhelming, the support that we got on from the unhoused. They felt cared for or seen, and I let them know where things come from, that I'm not the one providing these things, I'm just the one that's passing through. So I just want you to know that as 2026 has come in, um, just continue to support me as I continue to stay in front of the situation. uh, Now, I don't know what has happened with the property that we were going to secure. Have we done that? Where are we? No.
Have not yet. No.
Okay, so I we really need to move on something. And this year that would probably be my number one goal, is to have that resource center available, so that during the daytime they have a safe place, and that they're not in front of businesses. I know where they hang out. I could take you, if you followed me in the evening time when I make my rounds. They're right in front of businesses, because they have no other place. You know, they don't have, adequate places to use the restroom. Some of the places along Main Street have told them they can't use their restrooms. So just imagine trying to find a restroom, um, and you don't. And you have to go place to place to look for a restroom. And then the ones they do find are not very clean. I want to propose, I have an idea that I would like to propose to you. Um, and one of the ideas is creating a place that they can have storage lockers within the community, that they can lock their book bags and their backpacks in. There's a lot of theft that happens between them, you know, and every time they lose something, they have to regain it again. So they lose their backpack. They leave their backpack because it's real heavy to go get something to eat from somewhere. They come back, somebody has taken their backpack. So now they've got to go get IDs again. They got to go get, you know, birth certificates, passports, whatever they have to get. They have to start all over again, and that is wasting so much time. I can't tell you how many times I've helped people get their ID again because something has been destroyed. So the same way they have the Amazon boxes in front of stores, if we could have some kind of box that would be assigned to a person that people can put their things in. And I think that would keep people from, and if they have a resource center to go to, even if that is in the resource center, but that is a way of trying to cut down on the traffic and trying to minimize the amount of unhoused people that you see in front of businesses. You drive down Main Street, you probably see about 10 people that are unhoused between this light here and where the split is. Yep, you'll see them, and there's nowhere else for them to go. I am happy about the lights that we've done for Christmas, but that's also a place they've been. So if you would help me with that project, I'll be very appreciative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Leroy Bell.
You want to lower it? I said you want to.
No, this fine. This fine. Leroy Bell, Apopka. Happy New Year. It's a new year, but the same old crap. The same crap. I honestly came up here to talk about the way Apopka is smelling. But thanks to the last speaker about annexation, it was a statement. They said they put it on Sojourner Truth Some said she made the statement, some said she didn't make the statement. But the statement is she could have freed a lot of more slaves if they only knew they were slaves themselves. Make that make sense. Here we is coming into an election. Don't nobody want to talk about annexation. This administration have his pundits coming up here telling, oh, you can keep these $80,000. We don't want it. But the election is in the city of Apopka. But if you go down in South Apopka, you find more campaign signs down in South Apopka than you do in the city of Apopka. Make that make sense. I don't get it. It's all about power. It's all about keeping people knuckled down. We got lawsuits going on about candidates. We got candidates lying about where she was sleeping and where she was staying. Make that make sense. Sylvester Hall get up here and talk about integrity. So I got 3 minutes. Sylvester got up here and talking about integrity. I'm going to make it known. Thank you, Commissioner Nestor, for your integrity. Thank you for standing up for the rule of law. This administration have made a mockery out of DEI. We have a parade coming up next month, Martin Luther King. But every last one of you guys that voted against DEI will be sitting in the parade waving your hand. Some of you that's sitting on the diocese right now, how did you get through school? Through the HBCUs. But no, we don't lack DEI. But I'll leave you with one last quote, and that's Carter B. Woodson. We will never get out of the ghettos as long as you keep on accepting fake reparation from the oppressor.
That it? Okay, thank you. All right. Got approval of minutes from the 12/17 meeting. Look for motion to approve unless we need any corrections from either the dais or from the public. Do you want to speak?
I think
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Come on, Bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Bill Worthington. I'm a 52-year resident of Apopka. I came here today to point out that Votaw Road westbound, 200 feet west of the entrance to the Seventh-day Adventist Church, there's a dip in the road. It's been there for quite a few years. They dumped a load of asphalt in it a few years ago. The dip has reappeared. I spoke to Commissioner Nesta at the site a couple of months ago. I spoke to the mayor at one of our local eateries on Veterans Day, and I understood, Mr. Mayor, that you told me 2 weeks. We're 2 months out. I don't know if I misunderstood you or what.
I did talk to Michael Ortiz, our roads guy, and so I know it. I'll make sure it's either this week or next week.
That
Yep.
that dip is
Yeah.
hazardous.
Yeah.
You hit that dip and you're not expecting it. You could end up losing control of your vehicle. And there's a lot of traffic on Votaw Road.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Okay, anybody else? Okay, not look for a motion to approve the minutes from the December 17th City Council meeting?
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, presentation by Barry Dunn, strategic plan.
Good afternoon. How is everybody today?
Good.
All right.
It's very good to be here. I wanted to spend some time with you all this afternoon walking through the initial draft of your next 5-year strategic plan. Really excited to be at this point. As you all know, we started this process, late spring. Did quite a bit of community engagement, did a community survey, had a retreat with you all in October where you provided guidance and policy direction that led us to this draft. The next day, we had a fantastic work session with, 25? Oh, sorry. Thank you. With about 25 city staff who really engaged deeply in the process and what we're about to walk through. After that meeting, we did virtual follow-ups to work on performance measures and feel really good about the draft that we have here today that reflects the feedback that you all gave us, their hard work and their expertise, and really excited to walk through it with you all to get your feedback. So without any further ado, what I'll do is in front of you, and I'll scroll the screen so we can stay there, is I want to walk through first your mission, vision, and core values. As you'll recall, the mission statement is your purpose for being. They're kind of boring. They're local government. They all kind of sound the same, but why are you here? What is the essence of what you're trying to serve the community? The vision is where you want to go. What do you want to be? How do you want this place to look and feel in the future? What do you want people to think about Apopka? And then finally, the core values is how do you all show up every day? How do you treat one another? How does staff treat the community? How does staff treat you all? What does that look like from a shared value standpoint? So with that, I don't know, Mayor, if you want to walk through everything word for word, if you want to scan and then take comment, what works best for you
What's
all?
the pleasure of the board? What would you like?
I think it'd be valuable to maybe not take a deep dive, but
Mhm.
still go through some of the high
Okay.
level points just so residents can understand some of the conversation points, and then we can jump in if there's any additional questions or comments.
Absolutely. That works great. I just want to be mindful of your time and your agenda. So first, the mission statement. You'll see here, it's up on the screen for those of you in the audience. We deliver accessible, high-quality programs and services, ensure public safety, and strive to enhance the quality of life in our community. One of the things you all talked about quite a bit at your retreat in October was the importance of public safety, the importance of quality of life, the importance of access for the community to good things here in Apopka. We feel like this mission statement captures the work that city staff does towards that goal, that some of that involves direct city services and some of that's partnerships with others in the community. The vision statement, we talked a lot about how you want this to be a place where people come home to, right? I remember we talked a lot about that. We talked about vibrancy and what does downtown look like in the future and what do newer parts of the community look like? What is that business vitality? So the vision statement to be Central Florida's most cherished hometown, celebrated for our vibrant community and beautiful natural environment. That natural environment piece was something you'll see in other parts of this plan as well as the springs that are here, the state park that's nearby, that uniqueness that you all have of place, making sure that shows up in the vision that these are important to you all. Any comments on the mission or vision? Does this feel right to you all? Do you need further time to reflect?
Any thoughts?
Okay.
It's good. I think we tweeted it quite a bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we probably, one of the things I think would be helpful if you could, and maybe you'll have to think through this, is the amount of touches that not only staff, but here at the dais and also the public, because I think that's important. It wasn't just a one-off meeting.
No.
So
Yep.
I'm trying to think how many meetings we've had.
Uh,
We had 3 public meetings.
Many. So there were the 3 community forums where we got feedback from the community. What's important? What's important today? What's important in the future? We had the community survey on the online website that anybody could go to. I think we got almost 300 responses there. Same question. What's important today? What's important in the future? Some of the feedback we heard from that community engagement was around a sense of place, a sense of wanting economic vitality. The importance of managing growth and infrastructure. We all know that this place is going to grow, it's going to continue to grow, but how do you make the right investments in the infrastructure, the streets, the roads, the water, to make it livable going into the future? And then that sense of making sure that it continues to be a safe place to live. That's something that we hear when we do this work throughout the country, is that's important to people as well. So we took that. We brought it to you all in a work session, and you all provided your feedback on what we heard from the community. feedback on the statistics about where the community is, what the growth rate looks like, what housing values are, kind of all the data and details that is the Apopka. And then went from there into your perspectives, which is where we had that really lovely conversation around access to jobs, access to people who grew up here coming back here, the natural environment, the parks, the ecotourism, some of those things that make this place unique. And then when we talked to staff, they talked a lot about the importance that they feel relative to the work they do all day, every day. That notion of creating an environment where people can thrive, the streets, the sidewalks, the public safety, the fire service is really what I like to talk about, the blocking and tackling a local government, that when it's done well, people don't notice it because they take it for granted. So we talked about that. And actually, this vision statement is very heavily influenced by one of the staff members when we were going through the iterative rounds of the drafts. So I will say that. So what we did as a team is we took your feedback, the community feedback, the staff feedback, and we came up, I don't know how many, there must have been 5 or 10 options of each one of these that then we went through an iterative process. And that's how we've landed on these 2 options today for you all to consider. You're not adopting this today. I should have said that out of the gate. This is really for feedback, and it will come back again one more time. So there's still an opportunity for those that are here today and others in the community to weigh in on what's in this draft.
Good.
Good.
Great.
Okay. Any
Very
other
good.
feedback on the mission and vision? Yeah. All right.
Well,
Yes, ma'am.
we just got this, over Friday. Well, actually, we just got this. I got this yesterday,
Okay.
so I would need to kind of
Oh,
dive into
absolutely.
this. But for today's presentation, would be good for the public
Okay.
and for us to see how you interpret it, because we each individually spent time with you via
Mm-hmm.
Zoom. Then we had the workshops, and then we had the survey over
Yeah.
the website. So I just need some more time to
Oh, of
kind of dive
course.
into this.
Of course.
So I appreciate that you're here, just kind of presenting it, and it would allow the public to kind of even have some time to
Mm-hmm.
feedback.
Yeah, and that piece is really important because we talked about this in our work session, but a really good local government strategic plan really balances the community perspective, what the community vision is, your all's perspective, what you bring, your expertise about why you've run for office, what you want to accomplish, and then the technical expertise of staff, what they know about the regulatory environment, the way things have to get done, the things that they know need to happen from their professional perspective. And when you get all of those working together, you end up with a plan that's really able to be implemented over time. Next, if it's okay with you all, we can walk through the core values. These went through that same vetting process. We literally talked about in the session with you all and with staff, and then continuing on after our in-person October, what words are important for you all when thinking about how you engage with the community? What's important from an accountability perspective with staff? In fact, one of those words is accountable. So you'll see the core values here. The first one, community first, which I just absolutely love. That percolated up in the staff work session. But really the intention here is we provide high quality services for all residents, working to ensure that every decision reflects the values and needs of our diverse community. So really putting that community first perspective in their day-to-day work as a value of what they bring into their work site every day. Accountable. This is the whole notion around local government about being transparent, open, honest stewards of public resources. So making sure they're minding the budget, making sure they're being responsive, making sure they're being ethical in how they respond to you all in the community. Professional in that same vein, we earn confidence through ethical conduct, expert service, and a commitment to respectful and meaningful dialogue with all community members. And then finally, committed. This is about the culture of the place, right? So we cultivate a culture where all are empowered to take initiative, act decisively, and stay the course to make progress toward our shared vision of Apopka. So when we think about that, one of the things from a management lens, when I'm looking at core values, is what are you going to tell employees on their very first day of work? What's important? That committed piece is really about building a culture, and we have a priority area that also addresses this, where employees are empowered at the right level to make the right decisions on the behalf of the community, and they're given the resources and the training they need to do that work. And what that does, that makes you more efficient and better over time. So having that as one of your core values is really meaningful, especially from that management lens. Questions or feedback about the core values off the cuff? All right, next we're going to start walking through the priority areas, and there are 5 of them. So they are quality of life, infrastructure and transportation, organizational health, economic vitality, and safe and healthy. Sorry. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Sorry. All right, so the first strategic focus area we have is quality of life. And really what these priority areas are, to remind everyone, is these are really the key areas of focus that you arrange all of your work within. So typically in local government strategic plans, we see 4 to 6. Counties tend to have more than cities just because of the range of services. But the goal of these priority areas is that they're evergreen over time. I always like to use an example. I work for a large local government in North Carolina, and they established priority areas in the early 90s. Those same priority areas are still in place today, and that community's economic and demographic and political makeup shifted entirely, but they're the same priorities because that is what is important for local government to focus on. So for you all, this first one is quality of life. So you see the goal statement here: foster a vibrant, healthy, and connected community through expanded access to recreational programming, wellness initiatives, and cultural events. So really, boiling this down in the nutshell, this is the things to do and ways to get places that isn't driving a car, kind of priority areas, really what we're talking about here, as well as a little bit of that business vitality, but that also shows up more in the economic vitality focus area. So you'll see here the objectives. Some of these objectives, when we went through the planning process, is we worked with staff in that second day to say, what are you all working on that meets this policy direction that we heard from the board yesterday and we heard from the community? What's in the comp plan? What's in your infrastructure master plans? What are things that you're required to do from a regulatory standpoint? What are all the things that are already occurring that we need to make sure show up in this plan? Because the end result, as we know, is really to align your budget and time and resources to working on these things. So making sure all that comes in. So this first objective right here is really influenced by the comp plan and portions of it. So develop and adopt a trails master plan based upon an active transportation network study to increase bike and pedestrian connectivity within Apopka as well as to neighboring jurisdictions. So that interconnectivity between parks for bikes and peds. The next objective you'll see here is around programs and events. You all already do a whole lot from parks and recreational programming, but making sure you're doing more as people want it, and what are those opportunities for all types of people, regardless of age, ability, or interest, and maintaining that and growing it. The next one you'll see allocating resources for workshops, scholarship opportunities, and new partnerships to expand the access to the programs and services to all community members. So what does that partnership piece look like, and how do you make sure that everybody can participate regardless of ability to pay? The fourth one, develop and implement educational initiatives for community members that promote physical and mental health to improve community well-being. One of the things we heard a lot from you all, one of the things we heard from the community, and one of the things we hear nationally when we do this work is concerns around physical and mental well-being. The mental health challenges that are facing really every community in the country are significant. So what can you all do from a parks programming standpoint to help with that from a well-being? What are some things you can do? Exercise classes, partnering with others to help improve opportunities for people. The next one is about the connection to your really unique regional amenities, and how do you build ecotourism here? How do you make sure that some of those things are available and enhanced for residents and visitors? You'll see here the amenities like Lake Apopka, and I think it's Weewaka Springs.
What's that?
Wekiwa.
Wekiwa Springs. I should have practiced that before the meeting. Sorry. So partnering to highlight those regional assets. The second to last bullet you'll see there, increase passive and active park amenities to meet the needs of the community as it grows. So as you all are growing, as developments are coming in, making sure that that open space is aligned in a way that makes sense over time. And then finally, updating your Parks and Rec master plan to guide your future investments, making sure that that is updated and aligned to this strategic plan. So those are the draft objectives right now in the quality of life priority area. We feel pretty good about how all encompassing it is. Like I said, we had the meeting with staff, and then we had an hour-long virtual session, and then staff worked on the document a little bit more. So that's how we got to where we are here. I won't belabor the performance measures, but then below that you'll see how staff intends to measure progress towards these outcomes, should these be the final objectives. And we'll do more with this during the implementation planning phase. So initial thoughts on the quality of life. I'm curious, does this feel like the right goals? Does this feel like the right direction?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I like the performance measure side of this just to help track. I think that's something we discussed a lot when we were meeting is, yes, we can dream of everything, but how are we actually tracking if we're on point or not? So I think that really helps us to get there. I may would want a couple tweaks here or there,
Hmm.
depending on just what our comp plan is and what discussions have gone on otherwise. But again, I like the performance measures to really truly be able to track. Residents can hold us accountable, we can hold ourselves accountable, and be able to move forward with it.
And that's really important in building that discipline in the organization. What you'll see is a combination of three different types of measures. They're milestone measures, so accomplish something by X date, right? It just needs to happen by a certain date. There's output measures, which is really about counting things, how many programs, how many trails, and then there's the outcome, which is are people satisfied? So here you'll see maintain participant satisfaction rating of 90% or higher for programming. That's an outcome measure. So there's a mix here. I will say this is the first time y'all have done this. This will get better over time. Every year as you update the plan, new data sources will come online. As you do some of the other planning that needs to occur, then that will naturally create other measures to put in your annual reporting through the budget process. So we really view these as a starting point, and there's always refinement that happens with these over time. And a lot of it's just around the access to technology and the ability to actually measure things, which comes with investment. Other thoughts on this focus area before we move on to the next one?
Well,
All
I
right.
know we have partnered with what is it, Best Foot Forward,
Yes.
and we've given a lot of input. And we've actually had them come to the city where we've done that. And
Mm-hmm.
for me, like you said, the connectivity, um, making the city more walkable, um, and safer,
Mm-hmm.
safer crosswalks. But we had, yeah, that was an input that I had given to Best Foot Forward, just talking about different intersections in Apopka that I feel that are used almost daily and
Mm-hmm.
often by pedestrians.
Yeah, we actually have an objective in the safe and healthy community around pedestrian safety because that's one of the important pieces around providing community safety is making sure the roads themselves are safe. So stay tuned, more to come there.
Okay.
All right. So our next focus area is infrastructure and transportation. So the goal statement you'll see here, develop and deliver infrastructure that meets the needs of the community, accounts for future growth, and supports commercial development. So really getting the timing of the infrastructure aligned with the growth and development that's occurring in the community and occurring in the region, recognizing that you all don't have full control over some of the roadways. Some of those are county roadways, some of them are state roadways. So being mindful of that and using this process and this planning effort as a way to help people understand that constraint that you all have relative to the structure of transportation infrastructure. So the first 3 or 4 of these are all about water and sewer infrastructure. So you'll see the first one, make appropriate operating and capital investments in the water and wastewater infrastructure to make sure you have a reliable service for residents and businesses. The second bullet down is promoting water conservation and reuse to create long-term sustainability for your water system. The third objective is about regulatory compliance. It's one thing to have a water system, it's another one to operate it in a way that meets all the standards that you're required to meet, which candidly takes quite a bit of operating and capital investment. So making sure that there's an objective for that in your plan is important as you use this plan to make budgetary allocation decisions. The fourth bullet is about that timing of growth and infrastructure. So, in coordination with development trends and annexation plans, implementing the 2040 Water Master Plan with 5-year updates to meet the needs created by growth in the community. So, you have your Water Master Plan, there's 5-year updates, making sure that syncs up into this process as well. The next few bullets get into transportation planning. So the next bullet down is enhance mobility and connectivity by investing in tools and technologies to reduce congestion and travel times. So how do you work with your light and the timing? How do you make other investments as this technology rapidly evolves? How do you help improve throughput of traffic through the streets of Apopka? The next one is around the regional planning. I just mentioned that you all don't control all the streets that have cars and traffic in the community. So, how do you partner with the county and other jurisdictions to conduct the Northwest Orange County Area-wide Transportation Study to work on the regional transportation system? The bullet after that is coordinate the transportation system with the adopted future land use map series to ensure existing and anticipation population changes, residential, non-residential land uses, and employment patterns are consistent. So that comes out of your comp plan. So that's reflected here in your strategic plan, that alignment. Um, and then the second to last bullet is about the affordability and care and feeding of your water system over time. So, conducting a comprehensive water and sewer rate study to ensure current and future rates are fair, you maintain your system reliability, and you fund those necessary infrastructure improvements to keep the system viable. And then the last bullet, the last objective, is to maintain the city streets in accordance with the established safety and quality standards by implementing a proactive maintenance program that includes regular inspections, timely repairs, and preventative treatments. So the measures that go along with this, I'll scroll down so people can see. It's around the water use per capita, meter reading success rate. The fourth bullet down, the maintain a pavement condition index of 75 to 80 for city streets and roadways. That talks about what's the quality of the pavement, how good condition is it in, and that's something that you can definitely measure. The rehabilitate or replace 2% of the water infrastructure annually speaks to keeping the water system current. And then finally, that milestone measure around the regional transportation study. Questions about this one? Do you feel like anything's missing when you think about the needs of the city and what you all hear from the community?
So this is something that was kind of near and dear to me, the infrastructure, because that is something that I feel that as a city, we kind of over the years in the county has kind of felt the residents in regards to planning for the growth. So one of the things I see here is the comprehensive water and sewer rate study. I know that we've recently completed a study. Have you seen that study that we've done recently?
Was it the one for the
The rate increase study? It was the impact fees and
Yeah, I have not seen the water study. Sorry.
okay. So is this the same? So I would like for you actually to review that study to see if this study is the same study that we actually already completed. In addition to that, the roadways. I know that we, from my understanding, the county and the city, the relationship in regards to the roads. I do feel like we need more of a comprehensive approach with the city and the county in regards to these roads. I think it's not our road, it's your roads. I think we need more of a, it's both of our residents that we're servicing and making sure that we're creating more of a approach that serves the residents and not really pointing fingers. So I would like to see something more detailed in regards to that, and also some type of performance measures to make sure that we're actually meeting whatever those objectives are.
Okay. Thank you. Other feedback?
I think it covers a lot, and I appreciate that it covers a lot of the need for the water systems and making sure we're staying ahead of that as well, because obviously that's been a huge deficiency of the cities in recent years. So, especially with the water meter reading, I mean, again, the performance measures are so key here, and getting those right help with understanding both this dais the way it is now, as well as future ones, to really track our success level with that and to make sure, and again, to have the residents hold us accountable. So I think you're on point with the performance measures there.
Thank you. And then one thing I have to say as well is encouraging over time with the measures that they're not a check the box, but they really show where resources need to be allocated. So building the culture inside the organization that if you don't meet a performance measure, it doesn't mean something's wrong. It means you need to look at resources and what is important and the trade-offs to accomplishing. Anything else on infrastructure and transportation? Okay. Is this process working for you? I'm a facilitator. I always have to check in.
Everybody good?
All right. I just want to check. Next, we have organizational health. And this is what I lovingly call the care and feeding of the organization focus area. As you all know, local government is a people business. It takes people to provide the services. It takes people to be police officers, firefighters, street workers, all the work that happens to make local government go. So this goal statement is promote a high-performing and financially sustainable organization by improving internal communication, investing in staff development and technology, and maintaining sound fiscal practices that support the city's long-term goals. So what's that internal infrastructure that makes the external services shine is really another way to think about this one. So the objectives here in working once again with staff iteratively over time is the first one is about internal communication. So formalizing the internal communication structure to make sure everybody's aligned and efficient. Everybody knows what's going on. There's a methodical way the information flows to the organization so people feel connected. That's really important to culture and employee engagement. The next bullet is around the ongoing need just to continue to make the right investments in technology. That is a quickly and rapidly and expensively evolving area for local government. So developing an IT master plan so you can manage the resources, limit your total number of systems, make sure you're taking advantage of the full capabilities of the systems you have and making strategic investments in new systems. The third one is about employee retention, succession planning, change management, and transitioning to new software and tools. So as things continue to change, make sure you have a organizational developmental culture and practice and the tools so that your employees can go with the change, move through time, that as people are ready to retire, there's a clear path of who is going to step in and fill that void, that people see a future here. One of the things we heard from staff is there is a little bit of a challenge with people staying past that 5-year mark. So that gap of kind of midterm service. So how do you build that into the organization through some of these initiatives around retention? The fourth bullet here is maintain a balanced operating budget to support this plan, accounting for community growth, and supporting the long and short-term service delivery needs. A way to think about this one is how are you making sure you're making the right investments and expanding staffing resources, reallocating staffing resources, investing in capital and operating to meet your current needs and future needs. So being strategic about that budgeting process. The one below that, a long-term financial plan. This is the capital side. So it's one thing to have your 5-year CIP, but really, what is the plan around how you're going to use pay-go money? How are you going to use municipal debt financing? How are you going to use grant funding to pay for the long-term capital needs that you all have, whether that's public facilities, water, sewer infrastructure. So it all works together so you keep your debt service at an appropriate level in a way that makes the long-term capital needs affordable. Beyond that, the next one down, in compliance with state statutes, making sure that you're in alignment there with what the state requires, completing formal impact fee assessments at regular intervals. We just talked about, you just completed one, which is great, but make sure it's happening regularly so you can maintain those current levels of service to making sure that the new development that's occurring is contributing appropriately to the financial resources of the city. The next one below that, this one we talked about quite a bit with staff and how the world is evolving. As the city continues to grow, explore developing a dedicated communications office to better educate and inform the community about city programs and services and to promote the city brand. So right now, as you know, you have IT does a bunch with social media. There's a lot of other things that happen from a communication standpoint with the city. But looking at over the course of this plan, that doesn't mean next week or next year, but over the next 5 years, exploring what a dedicated communications function could look like. That's something we see more and more in local governments, quite candidly, is that public information officer or communications director that manages that for a city. Another engagement objective below that, explore launching a digital or in-person citizen academy to increase understanding of city responsibilities and services. So that's another thing we're seeing nationally is there used to be, and I think you all had one too, the traditional everybody shows up on a Tuesday night and the departments run through and it's police departments on October and fire goes November and they're competitive with one another about what they do. But people just don't have time to come out to those anymore, one night a week per month. So what are other ways that you can provide that same level of information and engagement? So exploring what that could look like is an objective here. And then the final bullet is conducting salary studies every 2 years to make sure wages are competitive with what the local market is. And then the performance tier you'll see is a lot about staff certification. So you have staff, you have certification requirements across the board, whether it's water treatment operator, police officers, whatever they are, that it's 100% compliant with whatever their standards are. Percent increases in social media, increase in time spent on city website pages, and then so on and so forth down through there from a performance measure standpoint. One thing here, I think it's because I used to work in a budget office, it's always important to me, but third from the bottom, maintaining your bond rating. Because if you're maintaining your bond rating, that means all these other things are going well because those rating agencies are very thorough. So that's a good one to look at and keep an eye on. Questions about this one, feedback, things that are missing or things that you particularly like.
I think this is helpful for sure. Would this be a part to kind of go over like or add in kind of cultural health, like discussing that or implementing some type of kind of soft, not soft cost, but soft values, I guess, within a city.
Like soft skills training.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then is there, because I mean, depending on the cultural health of the departments or the city as a whole, we can build confidence and autonomy and obviously then creates efficiencies as well. So I don't know if this is the place to do that and add some metrics
It
in that capacity.
is, and what we often see is that third objective, the incorporate best practices, that can get to what you're talking about from a tactical standpoint, but then adding a measure around doing an annual employee survey and just tracking employee engagement or what they're reporting over time is what we often see as a way to measure that culture. And there's some people like to do the annual survey. Some people do the more Gallup oriented pulse surveys, like once a quarter, 2 or 3 questions. There's different ways to get at that. But that regular feedback from the employees is a really good way to measure outcomes in this priority area.
I think that would be valuable to get some feedback on that, as well as kind of how do we implement some type of survey that the employees feel confident and safe to provide feedback and whatever that looks like. And then what do other municipalities do once they get that feedback? Because it's great to have feedback, but how are we changing and adjusting and adapting quickly to make sure the cultural health of the city and their employees in each department is strong?
Yeah, that trust is really key. Some organizations are able to do it internally. Others contract that out just so employees feel completely confident that their answers are not going to be shared in a way that they feel would be inappropriate. But it just depends. But there's lots of ways to do that. We can think about that.
And then I think this is the same spot or same area that focus area that we would kind of put this in. There tends to be, and this is not unique to the city by any means, but through any business or any probably municipalities, that there's somewhat of silos of different departments and things of that nature. And if we can start to kind of bridge those better, build some efficiencies, not only with time but in money, to where one department is just solely working on one thing and nobody else has a piece of that. I think that builds a lot of efficiencies. And again, I'm not sure exactly how we can provide metrics to that. I mean, well, there's like, it depends on the department, I guess, obviously. So maybe adding some type of metric for that as well, of showing efficiencies and synergy between departments.
What we often see with that is around business process review, organizational assessment, and then that turns into quicker service times. Like a classic example is like you install a new permitting system, you change that process.
Sure.
Permit turnaround is faster.
Yes.
Or you automate a process so you can redeploy employees doing manual work into other higher priority needs. So we can look at what that might be.
Yeah, I think that'd be valuable here.
Okay.
I noticed under performance measures, you have listed launch a Citizens Academy by 2028. Is that something that a majority of the cities are doing?
I would say that's a great question. Of these that I have done in the last 3 years, about a third are relaunching the traditional Citizen Academy. A lot of them went away during COVID. People continue to not be as engaged as we all know, and it's hard to. It used to be, back in the 1900s, as my children like to say, you'd have a community meeting and the room would be packed and overflowing on any topic in local government. And that's just not the world we live in today. With advances in video and AI, there is now a tool out there that I have a client that's using they're really excited about, where it literally scans their website and creates a script that then an employee can sit and read and record on their phone and post on social media in little snippets. That's really accessible for people in kind of the Instagram world. So there's different ways that they're doing it. So I'd say about a third are the traditional. We need to bring this back because we're not seeing the number of applications we'd like to see to our advisory committees. We're seeing dropping attendance at our meetings like this one, whatever that might be.
Okay.
So,
Why don't,
so,
Antoinette, would you kind of put that on your radar just to see what's out there as
so
far as
I know it
citizens?
is. So this is actually something that I actually wanted to actually bring to the council to implement. So the city of Sanford actually have a citizens academy
Uh-huh.
that's extremely successful. So it was definitely something I was actually meeting with some of the staff in Sanford. So they have a really good citizens academy in Sanford.
Yeah, I have some clients who, and I actually work for a community that implemented this too, that they made, if you participated in the Citizens Academy, you got a higher
Hmm.
priority when it came time for those appointments like the planning board, which was a hot commodity in some communities that are growing. So that can be a
City of
way
Sanford.
that people reignite those as well. Other feedback on this is great conversation. I really appreciate it. Other feedback on this? All right. The next one, let me get this straight, is economic vitality. So once again, as I mentioned, a lot of what we have done is look at other plans and initiatives. So we wanted to make sure that the work that's happening with the CRA is incorporated and folded into here. So we'll see a lot of that. But the goal statement is advance the city's prosperity by fostering a vibrant business environment, supporting thoughtful development, and creating opportunities to attract new and support the expansion of businesses. So this is about really what is your business climate like? What does that mean for the community? The opportunity to do things here, to have restaurants here, to have retail here. So these objectives you'll see. The first one, encourage and incentivize new development and redevelopment that mixes land uses to encourage a blend of residential, commercial, and recreational activity hubs within the community. The next one is about the brand. So we talked about in our session about the brand. Staff talked about the brand. So establish an attractive brand for the city with a particular focus on telling the Apopka story. So that's an objective within this focus area. The public-private partnerships to increase the tax base and improve quality of life amenities is another objective as that's appropriate. The next one down is consistent with state mandates, conduct regular reviews of city codes to make sure the regulatory environment is appropriately calibrated and supports desired development outcomes. The one below that, develop and implement a recruitment and retention strategy to increase the number of diverse businesses within the community. Partner to help build a workforce that supports the city's new and current businesses by leveraging nearby educational organizations and partnerships. In our session together, we talked quite a bit about workforce training, educational institutions providing access. So, how do you partner with those neighboring institutions, both here in Apopka and maybe elsewhere in the county, to really support the workforce? The one below that, partner with regional tourism entities to promote ecotourism in Apopka. We also talked about in our session together quite a bit about that being a unique asset for you all, and that obviously would generate economic activity in the community. And then finally, and pointing to that CRA work plan, so implementing it to improve quality of life and strengthen the commercial development with a focus on local retail and dining to drive economic growth and to increase property values. So those are the objectives that we have here. I have a feeling some of these look similar because you've been looking at that CRA work plan, but that alignment's important. And then you'll see the performance measures. So a really easy way to measure this is your commercial tax base increasing or not. So that's one of the measures. The percent increase in new businesses annually, projects completed in the CRA, those next two, the dollar value of private investment leveraged, complete business recruitment and retention strategy by 2027, and then that initial branding effort also by 2027. So what's missing from this one? You feel like this one is in a good spot? Yes, ma'am.
So we currently have a partnership or some type of consultant agreement with Retail Strategies. Have you seen the work that we've received from them and kind of what the objectives are?
No, but I will get that and make sure that those line that there's is there one in particular you're thinking?
So just the whole entire. So I think with probably Intranet, our CRA director
Mm-hmm.
probably will get with you and kind of because they've done a deep dive in kind of this area, and I think it'd
Mm-hmm.
be extremely helpful to kind of look at what we've already
Okay.
started and what they've kind of the research they've already done on that.
Yeah, they do good work. Okay.
Under the performance measures, I don't see anything that addresses the first objective that talks about encouraging incentive for new development, especially in the area of blending this residential, especially at a time when we're needing workforce housing. And I don't
Okay.
see any performance measures that addresses that objective.
Okay, so we need to build out some measurement for that first objective. Let me get with staff and see what they have already that they're measuring and see what we can come up with.
I like I'll just say I think we're hitting a lot of good points here. One that we're kind of running into, and it piggybacks off of Commissioner Smith's point here, especially on the workforce housing or especially residential housing in general right now, is that we're getting pushback on that. Obviously, as we start to develop more, residents aren't wanting as much development. So it's how do we balance that with what the residents currently want, but also understand there's growth coming. So making sure that performance measures aren't just, hey, your property values are going up, good for us, we have a bigger tax base, but also how are we respecting the residents that are here?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important too, creating and establishing an attractive brand. I think that's a huge one, is that we've really lost as a city our identity.
Mm-hmm.
We used to be an agriculture focused city, and we're not that anymore. So we haven't really established what that looks like now, and it's evident by how we're developing, what's being developed, what's being approved. So I think that's huge, and again, kind of bringing in the historical context of how our city got here,
Mm-hmm.
but also understanding what our future looks like and what the residents want of our future. So I think the branding component of this is a big one that'll be very indicative of how the rest of the economic vitality functions.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. We good on this one?
Thank you.
All right, y'all are doing great. You're hanging in with me. All right, last and certainly not least is safe and healthy community. So, and I went too far. So this focus area is the goal statement you'll see here is strengthen our residents' sense of safety, health, and resilience by prioritizing investments in professional public safety services, infrastructure improvements, and community engagement activities. So when we think about this goal statement, I want to point out this is beyond police and fire. This is about the importance of infrastructure and safety, as well to the comment made earlier, and then the engagement around public safety. So the first bullet is all around your folks operate in an environment where there's professional compliance standards, so maintain those so you have well-trained public safety workforce. That's critically important for every local government. The next bullet point, this is the big ticket item, I think, in the plan, but develop and open a new public safety building and training facility to meet the needs of the police and fire departments. So we see that as an objective in this 5-year time horizon. The third one, identify and plan specific funding for future public safety needs, including technology, staffing, and equipment to maintain the appropriate level of public safety services as the city grows. You all know how expensive things like body-worn cameras are, tasers, some of those things. So what does that funding plan look like to make sure that you have a well-equipped, adequate public safety workforce? And then the same with the fire apparatuses as well. The fourth bullet down, develop a funding plan for public safety technology needs to keep critical equipment current while minimizing impacts on the city's operating budget. The next bullet points to the fire strategic plan. So implement the fire strategic plan to maintain high quality fire services to city residents and businesses. The next bullet is about how policing occurs. So enhance feelings of safety and security by data-driven patrols and community management. So using that technology and using staff training to make sure that the policing approach is strategic and makes sense. Bullet after that, maintain and enhance public safety community engagement activities to educate and inform the community. Obviously, that's occurring now. So how do you continue that in a way that makes sense over time? The bullet below that, evaluate response time and asset location with community growth to have reliable responses. So as the community grows, are the fire stations in the right place? Do you have patrols in the right space? What does that look like for you? The bullet below that is around the street infrastructure. So making appropriate investments to upgrade intersections and crossings, improve traffic calming, and complete street principles to meet ADA standards and to improve overall safety. And then finally, the last bullet, collaborate with the local regional transportation agencies, FDOT, law enforcement, the school board, and other related agencies to implement Vision Zero and Target Zero strategies. So really reducing the impacts of traffic collisions and reducing pedestrian car collisions, bike car collisions to enhance overall safety. The measures here, you'll see 100% compliance with police and fire regulations, a public safety, a funding plan for the state public safety building, maintaining that ISO class 1 rating. I always get very excited when you see an ISO 1 rating. Mostly, and I'll own this, I spent quite a bit of time working in a water department, and I know how much that water infrastructure contributes to that ISO rating. So it makes me happy to see that because that's often the stumbling block. The annual reduction in reported property crimes, and then finally, and certainly not least on the very bottom, the number of intersections improved. So what's missing from this one, or what do you have questions about, or what do you really like in this focus area?
I noticed on the objectives, you had implement the fire strategic plan, but
Hmm.
I didn't see one for police.
I don't think they have one. Am I wrong about that?
You don't have one?
No. Yeah.
That's not uncommon. Okay.
Yeah.
I just noticed it missed.
Anybody, anything else?
Other feedback?
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, I am at the end of this document. Mayor, I'll double check this with you, but really next steps is to get additional feedback from you all.
Yeah.
Additional feedback from the community, and then when I see you again, having an updated version for you all to formally, officially adopt, if that works.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see here. Opportunity Apopka Business Expo, intranet.
Good afternoon, Antoinette Forbes, Economic Development Director. I'll be extremely brief and just wanted to inform the Commission as well as the audience about our upcoming Business Expo. It will be this Friday at the Community Center from 9 a.m. to noon. This expo is basically to help our future business leaders, our entrepreneurs, our business owners, connect them with some of the local free resources that are available to our community. We have thousands of registered businesses in the city, and yet we have a very small but mighty department. So one of the things that when we do our one-on-ones with businesses, is we try to help them in ways that we think they may need assistance. Now, whether you are a seasoned business owner or you are new to business, that doesn't mean that you can't learn new things. So we have 31 resource providers that will be on site Friday. Everyone from SCORE to SB, I'm going to try to use acronyms. So from SCORE, the Small Business Development Center, the University of Central Florida Business Incubation Program, the National Entrepreneurship Center, the Manufacturers Association of Central Florida, Apopka Chamber will be there, the Hispanic Chamber will be there, the African American Chamber will be there, Duke Energy. There are tons of resource providers that are local, that are here to help our existing businesses at no cost. So all of these providers are either 501c3, 501c6, or they are government-funded organizations that are here to help our businesses at little to no cost. So I just want to encourage all our businesses to attend. There will be some light refreshments that are there. I also wanted to make note that we have about 48% businesses that identify as home-based. So we would like to, at some point, see them transfer from home-based to a brick and mortar. So this is part of that process of connecting with them so that they can help their business grow. Everything from budgeting to exit strategy planning. Not every business is a business that's going to go into perpetuity, but it may be one that goes on for a few years and then it gets sold. And what does that transition look like? So there are several different organizations here to help our local businesses, and I just want to invite everyone to come. And
I just want to say thank you for putting this together. I'm looking at some of the businesses that's going to be here. I think the community is definitely going to benefit from this. So thank you for this. This is huge for the business community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Antoinette. All right, we have consent agenda items. Have 6 consent agenda items. Does anybody from the public or from the dais need to pull any? If not, look for a motion to approve the 6 consent agenda items. Look for a motion.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Anderson.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. That was, oh no, that's okay. It's 6 items. Go ahead.
Got a
I'll
motion by
second.
Commissioner, okay, Commissioner Anderson and a second by Commissioner Velasquez. All
Yeah.
those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, interlocal agreement with Orange County.
That's what I thought was on the consent agenda.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Jean Sanchez with the Community Development Department. Today's item is the interlocal agreement with Orange County for the transfer of Golden Gem Road from Kelly Park Road to Capitol Reef Way. I want to start by emphasizing one thing up front, that the approval of this ILA does not authorize construction, nor does it commit funding, and it also doesn't set any kind of construction timeline for the city. This action establishes jurisdiction so the city retains control over it if, when, and how improvements occur, consistent with the Kelly Park Interchange Form-Based Code vision and the development projects Council has already entitled and approved and that are now underway. Why Golden Gem matters? Just to take a step back, Golden Gem Road is a key corridor supporting development, access, and mobility in the Kelly Park Interchange area. And since the State Road 429 interchange opened, traffic volumes have increased significantly. The road is substandard and requires more than resurfacing to meet city standards and support planned growth contemplated by our comp plan as well as our land development code. The exact limits of the transfer is from Kelly Park Road to Capitol Reef Way for this ILA. The city is not taking on the Parkview Preserve segment that you've seen before. These limits matter because they are the same limits Council approved on June 19, 2024, reaffirmed on August 6, 2025, and the limits that Orange County agreed to in writing on September 24, 2025. So in June 2024, Council approved the original ILA for this segment to allow the city control to design and the delivery of improvements needed to implement the form-based code. That decision was about planning control and not immediate construction. In 2025, Orange County proposed expanding the transfer south to Parkview Preserve boundary, and that change added roughly 1,300 linear feet and increased projected costs by almost $3 million, $2.8 million without county funding participation to that extension. And so staff brought that amendment agreement to council, if you recall. And so on August 6, 2025, council unanimously declined that expanded version and reaffirmed support only for Kelly Park Road to Capitol Reef Way. Staff communicated that decision immediately to the county. In response, Orange County agreed in writing to revert their limits back to Capitol Reef Way, contribute $585,000 towards resurfacing, and retain responsibility for the segment south of Capitol Reef Way. This letter is the basis for the agreement before you tonight. And in November 2025, city staff confirmed acceptance of those items and requested that the county take them to the Board of County Commissioners first, and county staff confirmed that the ILA was revised and submitted accordingly to the BCC agenda. After that confirmation, Orange County notified staff that they now require City Council approval first before placing the item on the agenda. And while the process changed, the terms did not. The limits, funding, responsibilities remain exactly what council has consistently supported. I want to be very clear on what tonight's vote does and does not do. Okay, what it does do is establish city jurisdiction, preserve city design standards, allow the ILA process to move forward to be placed on the BCC agenda. What it does not do is that it neither authorizes construction nor appropriate funding for it, and does not set construction timeline. Any construction decision would come back to council as a separate action with full cost, scope, and funding details. Why approval makes sense. Approval aligns with the city's long-term vision for the Cali Park Interchange Form-Based Code area. Local control allows the city to face improvements, pursue funding strategies, as we did with the build grant for Ocoee Apopka Road, and deliver a complete roadway project when appropriate, rather than reacting to county resurfacing decisions that don't meet city standards. This keeps the city in control while preserving council's discretion over cost, timing, and construction. For these reasons, staff recommends approval of the interlocal agreement with Orange County for the transfer of Golden Gem Road from Kelly Park Road to Capitol Reef Way and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement. Staff is available for questions.
Questions for Jean?
So that's still, we still don't have the entire road.
I'm sorry?
Do we have the entire Golden Gem Road?
We've never wanted the entire Golden Gem Road. We only wanted what's been contemplated in our comp plan as well as our land development code, which is up to Capitol Reef Way, which is where the regulating plan for the form-based code is.
I mean, so who negotiated this deal?
So these limits in particular was negotiated initially with Pam Richmond, then transportation coordinator, and towards the end, planning, community development, as well as public works, and our CAO was involved in the discussions.
It doesn't really make sense. So we're agreeing to take, how much is it?
$585,000.
For how many linear feet off of Golden Gem?
I don't know this exact limits with Capitol Reef Way from Kelly Park Road.
But then half of or a quarter of Golden Gem is still going to be county.
Yes, because we don't have. It's about 1 mile. What we're taking over.
1 mile.
Mm-hmm.
And
It doesn't make sense.
Why does it not make sense? We did it for Ocoee Apopka Road. I think we only took a little over 1 mile as well for Ocoee Apopka Road. And this is the exact limits that you all already approved a couple of years ago almost.
But we're talking about Golden Gem.
Yes, you
Okay,
approved
so
these
Golden
limits.
Gem
You
is
approved these
substandard.
exact limits a couple of years ago for Golden Gem Road in
Can you
2024.
show me on your screen? So Golden Gem goes from Ponkin to Kelly.
Correct.
So where does it stop? Show me where now the county is going to own whatever they own, and what do we own?
The county will own south of Capitol Reef
Do
Way.
you have the pointer there, Jean? Or is it Bob? Okay. It just kind of, if you can.
So, okay. So this is what we will own right here in blue.
What's in blue?
Kelly Park Road to Capitol Reef Way.
And then
to the entrance of Parkview Preserve. And then these are outside of our Kelly Park form-based code area. Most of them are in the county. This is in the county. This is the Hubbard Construction Recycling Facility. And all the way down to Poncan to that intersection. Also, Poncan is owned by the county. I think you guys already know that.
Is that south there? Is that all Golden Gem under where it ends?
Yes, ma'am. From Kelly Park Road to Poncan Road.
Show me where Golden Gem Pond is at. Show me where Golden Gem is at the.
Right here.
Mm-hmm.
No, other side. That's our pond is the.
Right here?
No, across the
This
street.
is so hard. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
There you
Big
go.
old pond.
Hold on.
Where was
I
it?
lost my bearings, right?
Where is it?
It's the
It's
the
the
water,
blue
blue water there.
with the blue
That's
line,
Right
body
it.
of water.
here.
So that's still gonna have a county road.
Mhm. So So I think what the concern is this, and I do understand that years ago they voted on something that wasn't a more so of a cohesive approach. And my concern is that we're going to be improving potentially part of the road. So we're not really fixing the problem because you still have to travel down the road. So my concern is that once again that I feel the city and the county need to come together and come up with a plan for this road because right now this is not a real plan. I just think we're only developing, doing infrastructure on part of the road is not even true infrastructure, and we don't even have the budget at all to really do what improvements are needed on this project. So I just think I personally myself do not think this is actually something that is beneficial to the city residents right now. I think it's a kind of a patch on it, and this is not even enough money to do what needs to be done.
So I'll tell you why it came to this partial kind of
Mhm.
proposal. It's because the city, years ago when this happened with Pam, with city staff
Mhm.
negotiating, the city asked the county if we could go in together, go
Mhm.
half and half on improving the entire road. And
Mhm.
the county absolutely refuses. And to this very day, they still refuse to do anything but resurfacing on a substandard road. So I think that Radley can attest to the fact that we did try several times with the county to discuss those kinds of compromise and negotiations to improve this road because the county has known about this since we adopted our comp plan because they were involved in adoption of the city's comp plan. Um, this was contemplated always and it was going to come to this. I'm not sure.
I,
I mean, are you proposing that we go back to the county and take the
what I'm
entire
yes,
road?
I am because we're checking because from my understanding the county was okay. They have something in their plan where they're going to improve the road, temporary paving of the road. Correct. Even if we don't take on the road, they're going to use this money
Resurfacing,
resurfacing
correct.
the road. So why would we take on a road that is in subpar condition when we know we don't have the money to actually? They have more money.
Because
It
you
just
have your developments on there.
develop, but we don't have any type of development right now going on the area that's going to committed to actually assisting us with this road.
We you have wild oaks in here
Who
and
they
golden
do?
gem is specifically named in pioneering
They did,
agreement.
but they also said that if they have money left over, which is like $1 million, that's if they have the money left over, from my understanding.
I can't comment on the
Well,
escrow
though
money.
he actually said it himself in the last meeting, because we asked about it, and he said that maybe $1 million could be left over. So we know, from my understanding, it's between 15 and $20 million to improve his road. So we know we don't have the funding, we don't have the money for it. So to take over a road, knowing that we don't have the money in
And
place.
that's fine. This is,
Mhm.
for you guys' benefit to make this decision. If you want control over Golden Gem to realize your form-based code, vision, we'll do that. If you want us to go back to Orange County and ask them if we could have the whole road, I am sure they're very generous with giving away the road. So I'm sure they'll be happy to give it to us.
I don't think that's
No, I don't.
no,
I
that's
don't.
not
That's
where
not what
we're
we
at.
want.
That's not what we
I
want.
don't want the
We don't
road
want the
that's substandard because they already determined that we need what between 10 and $15 million to get.
Well,
I was
just
told
for
15 to 20
just
million.
for this portion, just
I was told
about
between 15 and
half
20
of
million.
Golden Gem is about that. Yeah.
So
So
which includes, I know that we don't have a stormwater pond, which they would need, we
Correct.
need to add at the bottom of the hill.
Mhm.
And also, how many feet, Vlad, are we short, or maybe Gene, how, for the width of the road, it's
About 2 feet.
2 feet,
No, it's more than that.
2 feet short of our standard.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, in some sections, it's actually worse than others.
Yes, right now the width of the road is 18 feet
Uh,
in most of the area. We verified that. The situation is basically that's considered still by the county as a rural section road,
mm.
and that's in accordance with the Florida Green Book. I think you can have it minimum as an 18 feet, which is a 9-foot travel lanes. Now we're going into urbanization of that area, and of course we want to bring it to certain standards. So that will require reconstruction of the road, which we already have the designing process. We're at about 60-70% plans on it.
But how much additional width do we need to bring it to city standards?
Basically, it will be at least 2 feet total, right? For 20 feet
Okay.
maximum, yes.
We have our consultant here for the Golden Gem Road design, Mike Woodward.
Sure. So the width to meet the form-based code standards is substantially more than the 2 feet. Vlad's referring to just meet basic Green Book standards to make it effectively a safe road. So for it to meet your own standards with the form-based code that were put into place when the interchange plan was made, you would need substantially more space and also right-of-way from several of the properties. Many of them have been willing to donate, and some of it includes pond stormwater ponds for the stormwater that's needed for the wider footprint of the road. But the typical section would take it from that kind of 9 foot wide travel lanes to have 11 foot wide travel lanes plus bike lanes, curb and gutter, a median in the middle, as well as bike path or sidewalks on both sides of the road. And so with all of that space, you need significantly more, and it varies throughout the corridor because the right of way currently, as you go from one property to the next, it jogs by 10 feet, 15 feet, depending on where you are. So there's several answers to that question, but somewhere around 20 feet of right of way is often what's needed. But that again, that changes as you go up and down the corridor. And then just a final point about the limits, if the city would like to acquire the rest of the road further south and then make improvements there, it would be about double the cost to maintain that same typical section south. But you would not need to do that because the southern portion is not in the form-based code portion that was the part of the Kelly Park interchange area. Only the northern half is.
Any other questions for Mike or Gene or Vlad?
Is there city property on the other part of Golden Gym Road that we're talking about not taking?
Yes, that pond that we indicated earlier,
Mhm.
that's our pond. Do we have other properties on there? I think that's all I'm
Our property is
aware
that
of.
southern portion, correct?
Correct.
So the pond there is our.
And that's only a small frontage of it. Majority of the properties on the east side, where the big pond is.
So it still doesn't make sense to take half of the road and leave the other half unimproved. And then we're talking about accepting $500,000 for a $15 million project.
No, I understand. I understand the challenge with that, but the $585,000 was never intended for the construction costs because obviously that's a drop in the bucket. So, I think it's my understanding that the initial negotiation, at least the talks, never even really included those allocated resurfacing dollars. But the county said that they have only budgeted $750,000 to resurface the entire extension of Golden Gem Road, not just the southern part, but the whole thing. Which, I mean, I've been slightly involved with some roadway construction lately, and I don't know if that is going to cover the whole resurfacing of Golden Gem Road. But they said that's their budget.
So if we deny this, does this affect the Keller Park project that we currently have in place?
There are a few projects that have been entitled or some underway that are depending on this. There's some, I think, who have built their projects um, with the intent of thinking that Golden Gem will in fact be, because it's contemplated right in our Kelly Park Road master plan. It's specifically listed in pioneering agreements and things like that. Even in the Wild Oaks development agreement, it's also mentioned on there. So there are, I think, just a couple that is popping up in my mind. Just to let you know, Wild Oaks is obviously building some roadways for us. They have undertaken some stuff with Kelly Park Road construction, and part of their master plan that we've seen involves connection to Golden Gem.
So,
So
so could we get with our city attorney to look at the KPI agreement to see how this agreement will affect that? So that we able to make a determination.
I mean, I think that would be something. I don't know.
Andrew?
Yeah, I'm sure you can give him that guidance, or
Because we want to
direction.
make sure that we're not liable or obligated to anything with this road.
Okay, if you'd like, I what would you like for us to do? Would you like to table this, or
I think we should definitely get with our city attorney because Commissioner Smith brought up a great point. If we are,
yeah,
if this is mentioned in this KPI agreement, we need to look at make sure that we're not legally obligated to do anything with that road.
okay?
Yeah, I think that's an important point of are we defaulting on any of our developer agreements in that area if we do not take over this road? And I think that's an important piece to know, and then we can kind of make an educated decision from there. But at the same time, we're looking at, based on the numbers you provided, it's about $2,500 per linear foot to develop this road to KPI standards. So I understand staff's position is, hey, we established a form-based code to follow. This is how we follow it. The problem is that at the end of the day, too, the county's going to give us this road anytime we ask for it. Is the reality of it. So it's not like once they spend $750,000 or more on it, they're going to say nope, we still want it.
Right.
There's going to be a time in a time frame where we can do that, but at the same time, if we were to take this right now and then take their $585,000 for a mile of road, we would basically still have to spend about $12.6 million based on those numbers too, and that's not the whole road. So, and then there's basically 3 sections of that road then. And I think, too, when we originally approved this, at least my understanding when I was approving this back in 24, the Pioneer Agreement was still somewhat of a nebulous of what's included, what's not included, what's going to get paved.
It's
And
still somewhat of a nebulous for
I
me.
agree.
Yes.
And so that's where I think a lot of an understanding, I'm not going to say a direct agreement, but an understanding was that funding from that agreement was going to flow over into Golden Gem. So, of course, why wouldn't we take it over?
Right.
That's obviously not happening. We have no impact fees or any money at all to put towards this project. So that's our concern, or at least that's my concern.
No,
And I understand staff's position, too,
yes.
that, look, this follows the form-based code. This is why we're recommending it.
Yes.
Our jobs are obviously to make sure we have money to do that.
We are obviously advocates of the code that we have to work within. So yes, that's exactly what staff's position is. And also, I would like for you to keep in mind that once those properties, at some time that you do decide to take it over, which would make perfect sense as staff, that those properties are willing to give us right-of-ways where we don't have to do any right-of-way acquisitions, and we do ponds may not be, those opportunities may not be there. Which is why I think the Kelly Park Road construction works really well, because now we're at the sort of beginning of the form-based code getting realized. So those are things to be considered. I understand the fiscal picture of it. I do. But yes, staff is, for those reasons I highlighted, staff is recommending approval. So we will do what your direction is.
So we
Absolutely.
currently
Attorney Hand, one final question on my part is, if we take this road over, we obviously don't have any, we're designing it, but I heard about 60 or 70% through the design phase.
I think it's a little more than 60 now. Yes.
Okay, so 60 to 70% through design. I mean, we're not developing this, and we don't have any funds for it at all. So even if we did, we still wouldn't be years down the road. Are we taking on a liability if somebody gets hurt, if a car crashed into a truck because the road is too narrow? I mean, do we take on liability for that road if we take it in its current capacity?
What I would say is, any type of liability is always, of course, statutory limited, and you have sovereign immunity. So it depends on, then there has to be some sort of negligence. Just having a particular road width is not a measure of negligence in and of itself.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question. So we currently have agreements in place right now where they're willing to commit to right-of-ways for that whole entire road?
Go ahead.
Not the whole entire road, most of it. There's one portion where we can either work with the property owner or make some adjustments to the design to allow utilities to go through. There's enough room for the road, but not for the utilities next to the road for one property. The rest of it, the answer is
So
yes.
it's only one property that we currently don't have. an
That's correct. And what exactly we need to do there is still to be determined. But just the one. And I did just want to make a small clarification on the cost. After the 60% plans, we ran opinions of probable cost based on actual quantities and came up at $9.5 million. So it's fair enough to say, as a rule of thumb, about $10 million per mile. So about 10 million for that first half. 9.5 was our calculation.
So 20 million.
Any other questions? No. Anybody from the public wish to speak?
Can I have a pointer? Can you cut the first map, please?
So, just before you, give me a moment, Mr. McKinney. So this is Golden Gem. It's not part of the form-based code.
The one that's not
part in blue.
Part in blue is. Part in, that's not in blue is not.
Well, it's two different questions there, though.
Where
Any
are-
road that we have is part of the form-based code. That road is not part of we don't own it, so it's not part of our form-based code yet. Once we take it on, then it will be. Is that an accurate description?
It's not part of city's jurisdiction, but it's part of a form-based code roadway master plan. Yes. So it is contemplated to be somewhat ours in terms of control.
So, where's Jean? I just want to ask you a question, Jean. It's not part of the form-based code right now, this Golden Gem Pond.
Okay. So there are two things you're asking. It is not in city's jurisdiction. That's why we're having this ILA discussion. But that portion is contemplated to be as a part of Golden Gem Road roadways. We have a roadway master plan. It's in fact an exhibit to the pioneering agreement, and Golden Gem is part of that roadway master plan that you all approved. Plymouth Sorrento is not ours either, but that is also part of Kelly Park Road. So, you understand? I mean, it doesn't have to be ours for us to make plans for our form-based code area.
Okay.
So to answer your question, yes, it's part of the Kelly Park Interchange Form-Based Code Roadway Master Plan.
Okay.
Albert McKimmey, 3603 Golden Gem Road. As you're all aware, I live on Golden Gem Road, and I'm firmly against the city taking this over. It's an inconvenience to me, but you guys could be ended up spending multiple millions of dollars more than these people are telling you today. Why? Because the road is 18 feet wide. To bring it up to standard, you're looking to make it 26 feet wide. We can argue about it, but I'm telling you, it's 26 feet wide to come up to the standards that you need it. So that means that we're looking at 8 feet of right-of-way that we need to take. Is that 4 feet each side or 8 feet at one side? Because what you guys need to appreciate is there are already electrical poles that were moved to put in power. Some of those may need to be repositioned again. You already put down all the infrastructure, pipes and things on the hard shoulder, on the right-of-way along there. You can't suddenly just build a road over the drains and water pipes that you already put in. There's a whole lot of things here that you need to be aware of. The next thing is you're not going to be doing anything with this road for the next 4 years because your own comprehensive plan and the agreement in the Pioneer Agreement said that Golden Gem Road would come after all the other roads. Effie Road still needs to become. It's difficult for you guys to appreciate what's going on here. But if you look at that area in blue that's determined Golden Gem Road, which is a mile long, if you take that and split the difference between the green area and that blue area, that's where the continuation of Effie Road is going. Effie Road has already continued halfway down there. So if you delay taking over that road, it's sometime there will be a road parallel to that, which will allow people to to use that road while Golden Gem Road's closed. Golden Gem Road isn't about resurfacing. It's got to be completely lifted because there's no sub base in it. So you're going to have to completely remove the road, put in sub base, compress it. But there's a problem just now because Golden Gem Road isn't a flat, straight road. It's still a problem because it undulates and there's areas where you can't see. There's blind spots. And it's a problem. My wife's been put off the road several times. I had a Range Rover which took $4,000 or $5,000 worth of damage. It's only 18 feet. Mayor, it's not funny. And if you take over that road, you are putting our lives at risk. I would appreciate if you treat it with some decorum. And you put me completely off of where I was there. The fact of the matter is we could spend a lot more money than you guys are anticipating. There's a lot of questions and Pam's not here to answer it. The other thing that I object is the fact that you've been given to June the 1st by Orange County to make a decision on this. The gun's been put to your head. No decision needs to be made on this. They're begging you to take off the hands. And if they're begging, they should be paying you millions.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak on this?
Rod Olson, 3156 Rolling Hills Lane. As you know, as a volunteer, I drive all the streets of Apopka. Yesterday, I'm delayed on Vic Road because of repaving one of the better roads, although there's potholes, but they've been repaired. We're looking at taking on this operation. You guys sit up here and approve one development after another. The developers need to pay for these damn roads, not us. It's an afterthought. Hundreds of homes went in along Golden Gem that you on this set of dais approved, and now we got road problems. Two buses cannot pass each other safely on that road without a bus going off the side, and there are children in these developments. You've got to do better. This is not in best interest for us.
Anybody else in public? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Oh, I'm sorry, Andrew.
Commissioners, I do want to clarify my comment a bit because I don't want it to sound summary. As I said before, when it comes down to negligence, there has to be that element there. As far as and it gets more complicated. So just to specifically say, like as I said, in and of itself, there could be a sum of all factors, and it depends on what the facts are underlying. Each case is going to be, if there is a case for negligence, is going to be individual. And what we'd be looking at is there direct causation? Is what the condition of the road is. Did it cause the accident? So it's difficult to say without knowing what the individual facts would be. But from a standpoint to answer the question, what the government has is a duty of care to keep the road in a reasonably safe condition.
Thank you for that clarification.
But that same condition also applies with it being a county road, correct?
Pardon me?
I said that same situation applies even with it being a county road.
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so we'll close public hearing. Look for a motion. Looks like we're looking for a motion to table this, or what are we?
What if we table it? We're
I
still
think we need
going to
to
be dealing with the same issues.
And I think what's important is making sure that we're not violating any type of agreement with the KPI agreement. So I know the attorney said he'll look into it to make sure that we're not liable or to any type of potentially, liabilities in regards to that. So I think that's important.
Yeah, that's definitely important. And I think too, but even if, let's say, best case scenario, it doesn't violate any of our agreements, we still don't have money at the end of the day to do this. So I would move to deny this interlocal agreement.
Okay. Got a motion by Commissioner Nesta.
Second
by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, special election, appointment of alternate canvassing board member. Jody.
All right, good afternoon. Jody Wrigley, Deputy City Clerk. At the last meeting on December 17th, this item was first heard and was postponed in order to provide additional names for potential alternates to serve on the canvassing board for the upcoming municipal election and the special election that's being held on March 10th of this year. As a recap, the city canvassing board shall be composed of the city clerk and 2 members of the city council who are not candidates. Due to Commissioner Nesta no longer being eligible to sit on the board, a first and second alternate canvassing board member shall be appointed by the majority of the city council today. The first alternate canvassing board member will serve as the third member of the city canvassing board in the event that he or she cannot fulfill their duties. The second alternate canvassing board member will serve as the third member. The city clerk's office received emails from local residents offering to serve as alternates, and the names listed are as follows: Eric Mock, Michelle Torres, Nikki McGuire, Dennis Harper, and Dr. Olmsted. The recommendation today is that the majority of the city council to appoint the first and second alternates to the city canvassing board.
So I think, did everybody get Michelle's resume?
Who's Michelle? I didn't get
Michelle
it.
Turner.
Okay, one of
Did you get it?
I called it this.
So we received the emails. Well, Susan received the emails, and Susan gave her, or what her recommendation would have been as well. But I don't know that she received, or I can't speak to say that she received a resume.
Okay.
But it was not sent to me.
Well, just that well, you can just give just a quick bio of her.
So basically, bear with me just a moment. So when Michelle Torres had reached out, she advised that she had previously had 22 years of experience working in elections. She was at the Orange County Supervisor of Elections office. She has worked closely with the elections and the canvassing boards, and she stated that she has extensive knowledge of the inner workings of elections, including ballot tabulation, canvassing procedures, and statutory requirements. She's familiar with board processes, expectations, and etiquette, and require minimal training. She resides in the city of Apopka, and she can remain entirely impartial and have the ability to serve as needed. She feels that her years of experience in the field of elections have uniquely prepared her to serve in an unbiased manner while upholding statutory requirements.
And Jody, just for the record, did I reach out to her, or did she reach out to the clerk's office?
Michelle Torres reached out and emailed Susan
Okay.
on her work email address on December 19th
Okay.
at
So
12:10 p.m.
so anyway, I didn't have, she just so everybody knows, just for clarity here, I didn't ask, I don't even know that I know her, although I served, I was on the canvassing board once way back when. So if she was there 8-9 years ago, I might have met her, don't know. But so for all intents and purposes, I don't know who Michelle Torres is, if that's
She did say in the email first, and I only am looking back at what Susan had
Yep.
sent me. She just forwarded this to me. She did say, or Michelle Torres said that she wanted to reach out after seeing several public postings regarding the city commission's search for a new canvassing board member. So she had came across it.
And with full transparency, I'm actually the only one that's not up for election right now. So I know the concern was that it would be biased for the mayor to actually suggest someone, but unfortunately, all 4 is up for election. So I don't know how we would move with that. So I mean, it's full disclosure to the to the public, so we can be very transparent that all 4 are up.
Correct.
Running for office right now.
And you say that
So
Susan did make the recommendation?
So I don't know
So our city, so the municipal code is basically stating that it needs to be the majority of the city council period to vote.
It does say that, so that's why we're back in the same.
Yeah. My own interpretation would kind of be too that if anyone is a candidate,
Did
or
anybody else send their resumes?
this wasn't a resume, it was just an email.
Was it required?
No. It was just
She
someone
just sent an email.
maybe giving us just information and that they had interest in
I
serving.
know it was for other commission. The other commissioners submit a name because
I'm
I know
sorry?
it was each
No,
commissioner.
we didn't
Nobody
submit
submitted.
any
Oh,
names.
so they just submitted themselves.
We
So,
weren't allowed.
so I guess everyone then just emailed, correct?
It was the
So
residents
no one,
emailing
all the
our
residents emailed.
office directly.
Mhm.
Nothing came from any
The commission.
commissioners.
So, yeah. So these are the residents. Okay.
Only residents to
Mhm.
us.
Oh, I'm familiar. I just wanted to be clear on the record for
Yes,
that.
correct. Which is why we
Mm-hmm.
allowed time for them to reach out so that we could make it fair.
Okay. So looking for some recommendation?
Now we would have to choose two. So we have to have like a first that in the event that they are unable to fulfill their duties, then our second alternate would take place.
So my recommendation would be first, obviously, Michelle Torres because of her experience with the canvassing board and understanding working already at the SEO office.
Is that who Mrs. Bone recommended as well?
Mm-hmm.
It was.
Okay.
And my second would be Eric Mock because of his experience already working kind of with the local government. So that would be my recommendation.
So let's open up anybody from the public wish to speak on this. If not, okay, we'll close the public hearing then. Oh, okay. We had it on the list. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, any other suggestions? If not, we got a motion for the primary to be Michelle Torres, and our alternate would be Eric Mock. Got a motion by Commissioner Anderson. Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Okay. Next up.
I need to take a 2-minute
You want
break.
2-minute break? Okay. Everybody, 2-minute break.
Mayor. That one guy spoke about that $1,000 deal. He's in
Right. All right. Next up, discussion of the new board member to the Apopka Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA. Radley? Or is it Radley or Antoinette? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
We're ready? Awesome. Antoinette Forbes, Economic Development Director. This item is in reference to the appointment of a new CRA board member. So we received the city clerk and I received an email from Nikki Williams, the CRA city appointed board member, that she was resigning effective December 31st, of which all CRA board members received that information. And so, according to the resolution from June of 1993 that establishes kind of composition of the board, it talks about the one city appointed member being appointed through the collective of the city council. So, with that being said, we are now looking at staff for discussion and possible appointment of a new member, or at least some form of direction of how you'd like to move forward for that appointment.
So the whole time that I've been here with the CRA, I've worked with Nikki, and actually her profession was an attorney. And I always thought that that was a good fit for our CRA board because she understood, the CRA, and we kind of depended on her professionality. Even though we have an attorney, she always came up with some really good ideas or some suggestions. So at this, rather than us kind of trying to figure out to give a name, because I did ask our chief administrator if we have a policy, what happens, because it's the CRA board is each of us. Orange County has one appointed member.
Correct.
And I realized with her resignation that it would fall upon the CRA board to make an appointment, but we don't have a policy in place. So my suggestion would be to
The CRA board makes that appointment, or the city council?
The city council makes
the
that
city
appointment.
council
Okay.
for the CRA board
Right. And
would be to put something out in the street and let have it open so that if somebody wants to participate in the CRA board, I would prefer somebody that has some kind of law degree and that understands what the CRA is. I mean, that's my suggestion.
So I will say, and I neglected to mention that that resolution also does not establish any criteria for that board member.
It does have
Traditionally,
recommendations, though, if I remember reading it correctly. Like they don't have to have, but certain, if it can be, and I don't have the list right in front of me, but it's real estate experience, appraisal experience, surveying experience, something along those lines, correct?
so I was about to say that historically, in my experience, I've seen other CRAs establish such criteria. For example, they should live or have a business within the CRA, or they should have certain industry specialty or something that is conducive to what your master plan is.
Well, I think similar to what we did with the canvassing board, let's put it out to the public, let them submit names, and then we can make a decision similar to that.
With some type of criteria, I recommend.
I think we have. I think
There's
it's in. I'm fairly
You
certain
saw-
we have it somewhere that it's.
I just haven't seen it.
Oh, I may be thinking the planning commission.
Right.
That's what it is.
haven't seen
I
it.
did research and I did not see any criteria. But if you all direct us as a collective, then yes, staff can put something out, publicly notice it with specific things you're interested in. I was about to call you board member, but Commissioner Velasquez, you mentioned like the legal background could be something, or if it's a particular profession.
Or you could say preferred.
Yeah,
Prefer-
preferences are X, Y, and Z.
Mhm.
But we do need some type of understanding of. We don't want the learning curve too great. We don't understand what CRA kind of consists of. So
Right.
I think we need some type of.
Is there any minimum criteria as they live in the city? Is that it? Or do they?
Not right now. That is not a criteria. Would you like that to be a criteria?
So I think we can come up with the criteria here, and then we'll put it out, and then I think they either need to live in the CRA or have a business in the CRA. That would be my number one you know, obviously you've got more of a vested interest than somebody from,
Well,
you know.
Nikki didn't live in
Well,
the
not necessarily
CRA.
CRA, but in the city.
In the city.
In the city.
Yeah, not in the city.
Yeah, in the city.
In the city, I
Yes.
think.
But having a business in the CRA would be a
It'd be
plus.
helpful, yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But is there any other criteria? I mean, I just think legal is going to really restrict
Well,
who
to
you
have
want to
some
be.
knowledge of.
Yeah.
But Nikki didn't live in the CRA and she didn't have a business in the CRA.
Right.
So
Right.
I don't think having a business in the CRA should be a criteria because
That will limit.
that
Prefer.
very
Prefer.
limits even the pool. So
Sure.
Would you like them to have some redevelopment experience?
Sure.
Something.
And that could be in commercial or residential real estate. That could be in business development. I mean, that's kind of broad, but at least then they can explain what they feel is applicable to redevelopment.
So do you want Internet to come up with a kind
I
of
think she'd probably be the best one
okay.
to come up with.
I mean, the only reason I was trying to do it today, but
No.
it's fine. It's because we have
can't do this
we've
from
got
here.
we have a CRA board meeting before the next council meeting. But that's fine. We can they won't serve on the next meeting. So Internet, if you just go ahead and put together a criteria, and then we'll are y'all okay with her just putting it together and then we'll
Well-
just put it on the website, or do you want it to come back and then
No,
approve?
no.
No,
I think she has the professional
Yes,
capacity.
but
to
I
do it.
would suggest resume required.
Yes. So resume required, and then Internet will count on your expertise to come up with a.
Yes.
Great. Okay. So everybody good with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I don't know that really need an action item on it. Won't be a. So yeah, I think that's good. Thank you, Internet. Okay. Next up, let's see, Main Street Apopka. Bradley.
Interim City Administrator Radley Williams. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. The item before you this afternoon is in relation to the Main Street Apopka funding agreement and the response to notice of default. Staff is seeking further direction from City Council regarding the Main Street Apopka funding agreement. The notice of default letter sent by the city to Main Street Apopka, along with subsequent email communications covering the timeline below in your staff report, have also been attached to the staff report. Main Street Apopka has provided a response on December 12th, which was provided. Within the notice of cure period, I've pulled out of that response the items of cure that they've proposed that they've completed. I do believe I'm supposed to have somebody from MSA. Oh, here we go. Here, a representative from the board, also available to take questions or if you have a comment. But really, just looking for direction. The next steps would be for the council to either approve or disapprove of the cure items, to either maintain the agreement or end the agreement. So available for questions.
Yes. Any questions for Radley? If not, we'll have the.
Hello. Happy New Year, everybody. I am Yvette Anderson. I'm one of the board members of Main Street Apopka, and I am here to give you some updates before you make your decision. First update, which is most important, is Caitlin is no longer with the board, on the board or the director. She is not working with the program at all. She actually resigned effective this fall. So the board has been taking care of everything since she resigned. We also have some good news. We were approved for the Main Street National America, and they will be promoting Apopka for the next 3 months. So the reason I'm telling you this, so you can have that in consideration, because that would be very important for our city to be a part of Main Street National as well as the state. And they have approved it. It has been officially approved. So Caitlin remained up until the fall until that application was complete and they had the hearing, and then we were approved. Do you guys have any questions concerning that? I know that was one of the issues.
I have a few questions. How long have you been part of the board?
July 2024. I had to count.
July 20, so you were part of the
Yes.
board when this agreement was.
With the agreement between you guys, no, ma'am, I was not.
You said, I'm sorry, what's the date again? July.
I want to say mid-July.
Mid
I came aboard.
2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I have a few questions for you as well. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up some things.
2024 or 2025?
It had to be 2025.
20,
Yeah, five.
25. You're
Yes,
right.
okay. Okay.
Okay.
Last year. How
Yeah,
about that?
yes,
Okay.
yes. We're on the
Yeah.
new year. Okay. All right.
So, just full transparency, I'm just a little concerned about the integrity of this organization. And I know you see, you've been part of this board since July of 2025. Looking at some of the expense reports, some of the, I mean, which is great you're here, so you probably can just answer some of the questions that I have. So, looking over some of the expenses, there were several items that were on this expense report that I feel did not align with the current agreement that that the city was looking to. And give me a second as I pull it up.
Commissioner Anderson, I'm gonna be honest before you keep going. I probably won't be able to answer that. We do have an attorney, but she got called away to a case, and she was supposed to be here. So I'm not gonna be able to explain that as I was not a part of preparing that.
Okay. So with that being said, I just know I don't think that I recommend that the city continue any type of agreement with Main Street Apopka. The attorney, I think, is really important that with something this serious, with default, with an agreement with the city, that the attorney will put in their schedule to be here, so to answer any questions. And then,
And she was on the
unfortunately,
way, but she got
unfortunately,
called to court. So
yeah, and
can't.
unfortunately for we I don't think being to be able to justify sitting continuously spending taxpayer dollars on an organization that have clearly defaulted on agreement and have spent substantially a lot of money that I don't think is justifiable. So at this time, I actually moved that the city completely terminate our agreement with Main Street, Apopka, and look at future engagement at a later date with some type of perimeters where the city is more involved than the organization, so that we can have better oversight over the spending.
So will you be sharing that in writing?
No, that's just my recommendation that we terminate right now and
Okay.
further look at something in the future, in the near future.
Well, that's what I'm speaking of. Like further look at something in the future. Would
It's
that
up
be
to
a part of something he would be
the
sending?
council has to decide that. That's just my
Yes, I
recommendation to
understand that, but what your comment is also is important. I'm listening,
Mhm.
so I want to make sure I can articulate back to the board.
Can I ask you how many are on your board currently?
Right now, it's 5.
So between you getting the letter that was sent October 29th and now, um, I- there was never an attempt by anyone from your board to come before us or to contact any of us, to sit with any of us, to kind of bring us up to date as to what the intention was for Main Street. And the one thing that I was concerned with was, I think initially when our chief administrator sent a notice out, we really wanted to find out what happened. And that has not been answered. No one has really taken responsibility for that. When Kashetta was on board and she had a couple of events, because I went to them and supported some of the events. Of course, the mural has been the biggest fallout from Main Street. But since that time till now, no one's made any attempt to at least contact any of us to say, let's sit down and let's just talk about, go over what was our mission, what did we do, what did we accomplish before the mural, and then just even talk about the mural. That has never been done.
Yes, ma'am. So I can only attest to myself and no, I have not reached out to anyone to discuss any of that because, as I said, Caitlin resigned. So once she resigned in the middle of the application happening with the state and all of that, we felt that took precedence because we need to be a part of the national Main Street because that's going to help bring funding to Apopka Main Street without us having to take funding from the city. So we as a board voted that that was a priority, so we took that on. We still do have the assistant Carla, who was working with Caitlin. She was providing us with the information to let us know what was going on. So no, all I can say is I apologize for not speaking to you all, but we had to make a decision. Once she said she resigned, she gave that to us, and then we were in limbo with things that needed to be handled right away as it related to what was going on in Tallahassee.
So where does that leave you if we terminate this relationship with Main Street? Where does that leave you now being approved by the Main Street organization?
But we would still move forward as Main Street of Apopka because that's what they approved. So we would move forward without your funding, and right now it seems like without your support.
So your agreement with Main Street does not require that you have an agreement with the city? Any type of collaboration, that agreement doesn't require that?
Not right now, no, because we're still they're in the process of that 90 days of, coming in, seeing what we have done, what is going on with the Apopka Main Street.
So from my understanding, speaking with Caitlin, that was actually one of the conditions, that you do have a partnership with the city.
So they are aware that Caitlin has resigned. After the application was processed, they are aware that we are having this meeting today. They're aware of everything that's going on. So we are going to report back to them.
So are you stating that in the event that we do terminate this agreement, that Main Street has advised you that you guys can continue to operate without the support of the city of Apopka?
Because we will have the support of the state of Florida. So we are Apopka is a part of Florida. So we would be able to go before them and speak.
Okay. Yeah,
With or without you.
So how would you promote Apopka if we're not partnering with you?
Well, we could still, have events for the constituents of Apopka and do things in the area. But it's going to be contingent on how much money we could raise to try to have these events and to continue to support.
And I guess one of my other concerns is that since we actually execute this agreement, there hasn't really been any events other than celebrations and staff, parties and, different things that we're funding. So that's another concern, is that I just don't see where this has actually benefited the residents of the city of Apopka at all.
Well, she did.
Well, the one event,
And we did go out and help some of the business obtain some of the money that you guys have for community development. We did canvass the area, and you guys helped, I believe, 8 of the people that we brought in.
Well, I'm just based off of the expense report. Is that the expenses that was actually most of the
But that wouldn't be an expense for going out canvassing to get people to come in to help apply for that.
You guys said a training meeting for, it's just, $500 here. How many employees do you guys have?
Well, it was only the one lady, Carla, that was the executive assistant.
Okay, because there was I guess there was a DJ expense here for a staff retreat. For how many staff?
I did not attend the retreat, so I won't be able to answer that for you.
It's on the expense report. So it's just things like that. It's just kind of questionable.
Understood.
Mm-hmm. That's all.
Any other questions?
Who are the other 4 people on your board?
I don't know their names by heart. I'm sorry. It's Margaret Logus, Stephanie Brinkley, and Mark don't have his last name on here, but he's the business owner that owns the karate place on the corner there.
Oh, so he's still on the board? Because I think he was an original member.
Mark or Matt?
Matt.
Matt.
Is it Matt?
Yes.
Yes, Matt. Sorry.
Okay, that's 3. We're missing 1. I thought you said it was 5 of you.
The executive assistant, Carla, and myself.
Oh, Carla, okay.
Mr. Nesta, you got any question?
No, he doesn't.
All right. So
I just, when we started this whole Main Street, originally we went to DeLand and we were really impressed. And I mean, we met not just with the commissioners, we met with business owners, and we met with the core group that began the Main Street. And it takes time. It takes time to build Main Street, but you got, from what you're telling me, getting the certification. Is that what you got from
Ye-
Tallahassee? It's a big deal, because Main Street is not local. Main Street is throughout the United States, where they belong to a bigger organization and they're promoting their downtowns, their city. And Deland has actually done a very good job. Even Orlando has Main Street. Um, I don't know if Sanford has Main Street.
Winter Park has it as well.
Winter Park has Main Street. I mean, there's success with Main Street. Unfortunately, you were in the infancy stage, and it kind of fell apart. And in falling apart, they lost trust and kind of the support of the community.
Yes, ma'am.
If you saw social media and even the news, I mean, we were just plastered all over the mural. And until today, we still don't know how it happened.
I'll be honest, I wasn't a part of that hiring and all that took place. Like I said, I only came on in July. So I'm on the back end of all of this. And then nobody could come today but me and the attorney. So I came to just stand up here and let you know that I feel like moving forward, removing some of the people who were in place that caused this problem and not having an accountant, which I am an accountant. So to have somebody to vet what is really going on, it does cause problems. And I recognize that caused distrust for you all, but I can only answer from July on what I was a part of. And that was one of the things I brought to the board, that you're not going to spend another dime that you get without somebody vetting it. You're not going to make any more decisions of anything without the whole board being on board and meeting about it. But that takes somebody strong to come in and say that. So if that's not present, then of course it's going to cause distrust. And again, all I can say is I apologize for what you have experienced so far. But I do know that the national organization has approved us. When we go back to them, if we tell them you guys are not on board, then we don't know what they're going to ask us to do to continue in the area. I can't say that because we have to go back and tell them what happens from today.
So now I support Main Street. I truly believe in its principle and what it does for cities. The only thing I would recommend is not at this point to terminate any financial support, but to give you an opportunity to kind of build on Main Street, but without our financial support.
And I feel like that's fair because she brought up valid questions. I can't explain what's on that budget, to be honest, because I wasn't a part of preparing it.
And my only concern with that is having the identity of the city of Apopka, because unfortunately, when that situation happened, because of the partnership, we're still in partnership, so we still were held liable. So at this time, could you kind of go over the experience and what the qualifications are of these board members and what skill set they have to actually contribute to this organization?
So, speaking of myself, I am an accountant. I've been in the area for 30 years. I've lived in Apopka for 17 years.
You're an accountant, and what about the other
Matt is the business owner.
business owner?
And then there's another business owner of the
for,
furniture. I'm
for,
sorry.
for we can have in context, Matt is the business. What business does he own?
Um, I,
No, I know that, but everyone doesn't know who Matt is in the audience.
I'm sorry. I don't know the name of the business, Miss Anderson, so you could say it.
Okay, so he owns a karate shop. Okay.
Yes.
Karate shop.
And then it has I know it has other classes and stuff that he has on both of the floors.
So what are the other board members? What are their qualifications?
Carla has a job. She works for one of the restaurants in Apopka in the shopping area.
So
she is the musician there.
Musician. Okay.
Yes. And then Stephanie Brinkley is an attorney, a local attorney here in Apopka.
Okay. So who on the board has any type of economic development experience to, or any type of experience to do what we're trying to do at Main Street? Who has that? Because I don't.
I'll be honest, Miss Anderson. I would say none of us would have any of the CRA
CRA.
experience.
Yeah, I think that's really what we're missing here, that key component, because I think that's how we kind of got here as well. So I think that once again, I think we need to go back to the drawing board with this, with the partnership, and really, really outline. That was one of my concerns from the beginning, is that, and I did, if you go back, that was one of the concerns I had, that looking at the resumes to say, is the qualifications there? The desire could be there, right? But do they really have the true skill set to do what we need to do? And
Yes,
are we responsibly, managing our taxpayer dollars by investing in an organization that, you know, definitely have the will, but do they really have the skill set to do what we need to be done?
yes, understood.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Anderson? If not, anybody from the public wish to speak on this one?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Happy New Year. Just came by to say that kind of like how we're asking for resumes for the CRA board. As a local business owner in the CRA, I would love an effective Main Street program, but I think it needs to be a well-ran Main Street program, and it needs to be ran by people with experience in retail, in food, hospitality, so that they understand what it is that the business owners in the CRA need, what they want, and how to be truly effective as a program. Um, as of 2 minutes ago, when I checked the Main Street website, Caitlin is still showing as the president. That's truly disheartening when we have the organization up here saying that they are ready to take the lead and the website has not been updated. None of the people that were just mentioned, with the exception of Matt Hutchinson, that are on the website are actually on the board. So all that I would ask is that you please, this time, truly vet the folks that are taking up the charge to give us a Main Street program and really make sure that they are up to the task. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I am 100% behind the support of Main Street Apopka, the idea of Main Street Apopka. I've attended every single one of the events in the past, supported them. However, we're talking about our money, the citizens or the residents of Apopka money. And we have to be careful, because nothing against anyone on the Main Street board personally, but as a fellow business owner in Apopka plus a nonprofit owner, I'm concerned that when we have a member, nothing against you personally, I don't know you, this is the first time I'm seeing your face, but when we have someone who's representing a board who's been on the board for 5 to 6 months, cannot name 5 board members. We've seen, because it's all over social media, what Commissioner Anderson was reading, their financial report. A lot of the stuff had my eyes popping, because I come up here and y'all know I ain't too proud to beg. And we don't, our money goes back to benefiting the organization. So a lot of concerning questions, because each one of you commissioners up there have assisted us and we appreciate it. However, the city of Apopka itself, long story short, refused to support us and to back us, even though we've been doing this for 12 years in Apopka. Main Street Apopka, every year you look on sunbiz.org, that's public records. The board members changes. There was a point in time when there were no board members listed, which is an IRS violation. You're supposed to, as a nonprofit, always maintain at least 3 board members to be considered a nonprofit. So what I'm asking is that the city, yes, I'm not saying in the future do not support Main Street Apopka. It's a great program. It has a great idea, but give them time, especially if we're gonna pass the buck, because that's what I'm hearing. If because if I take over a leadership role, and yeah, it's all good. I wasn't there when all this happened, but it's my due diligence to find out, well, what am I getting involved with? Because people will have questions. How do I address those questions? What happened in the past? No, I get it. I was not part of the problem. I'm here to be part of the solution. So I need to know the history and how to move forward to fix it. If I don't have those answers, then what are we doing? So they do need time to go to the drawing board, get to know their members, because that should be public record. The first, the last name, the addresses, all of that. Get to know your board and then bring it back
Thank you.
to the city for funding.
Anybody else from the public wish to speak? Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. I'm looking for a motion.
Actually, I already had a motion on the floor already.
Okay, so your motion is to rescind the financial agreement with
Yes.
Main Street Apopka.
I'll
Got a
second
motion
that.
by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, next up, ordinance number 3117.
Ordinance number 3117, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from County A-1 Citrus Rural to PD, Plan for Development, for certain real property owned by IPM S-1 Rio LLC, HMF LLC, Charles P. Stallings, Kim L. Stallings, Yuli Stallings Jr., and Crystal Denise Stallings, located on the northwest corner of Ondich Road and State Road 453 and State Road 429, comprising of 196.83 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
So it must be changes, Gene.
No changes.
No changes. Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this matter? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 3117.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No,
Motion,
nay. That was the
Nay.
one I voted no. Yeah.
She was the one that
motion,
voted.
motion carries
Yeah,
4-1 with Commissioner Anderson in opposition.
Commissioner Anderson.
Next up, ordinance number 3128.
Ordinance number 3128, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the Land Development Code of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Apopka, Florida, by amending the city's platting and replatting procedures to establish an administrative approval process, establishing a process to expedite the issuance of building permits for residential subdivisions prior to recording a final plat, updating regulations pertaining to model sales homes, updating definitions, providing for legislative findings, providing for codification, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Andrew, any changes?
No, sir.
Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to adopt ordinance number 3128.
The only thing I just want to say thank you to Bobby Howell, which is the Community Development Director. Although none of this has to come before us, you are sending emails kind of updating us on the approvals, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Was that a motion to approve?
Yes.
Okay. Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3140.
Ordinance number 3140, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending the future land use element of the Apopka Comprehensive Plan of the City of Apopka, changing the future land use designation from in progress to residential very low suburban for property owned by Lincoln Douglas Haynes and Lauren Elizabeth Haynes, located at 1030 East Sandpiper Street, comprising 1.79 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
For record, Amir Hamza, planner. The applicant has submitted a small-scale feature land use amendment that will change from in progress to residential very low suburban for property located at 1030 East Sandpiper Street, which is between Usla Road and North Thompson Road. These are the vicinity and aerial maps of 1030 East Sandpiper Street site. The total site area is 1.79 acres. The applicant is requesting a future land use amendment of the property to be able to apply for a special exception application at a later date to develop an accessory dwelling unit. The future land use is in progress, as mentioned before, and proposed to change to residential very low suburban, as shown on the map to the left. The zoning is currently transitional and proposed to change to RCE residential country estate. The Development Review Committee has recommended approval at the December 9th, 2025 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the future land use amendment. The recommended motion is to accept first reading of ordinance number 3140 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on January 21st, 2026.
Any questions for Amir?
I did have one question because I read your project summary. So what I thought was interesting, because I mean, even Orange County, I remember when they approved that we can now have give permission for ADUs. Yet on the very first paragraph, you put the applicant plans to apply for special exception permit at a later date to be able to build an accessory dwelling unit on the subject property for his elderly parents. Approval of the future land use amendment does not constitute approval of the ADU on the property. That's kind of contradicting, isn't it?
So basically, the zoning has to match with the future land use. So right now, there's no current zoning on the its transition, but they need to rezone the property to residential country estate, which will allow them to have a ADU under a special exception permit.
So that's
at a
the
later
next one that we're gonna hear. Which
date. The rezone is going to be after the future land use for the
Okay.
same property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Amir? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Okay. Andrew, need your advice here. My property backs up to this property. Should I recuse myself from the vote?
Without knowing any more of the specific facts regarding that, if that is your option, you're able to. Of course, city clerk has the forms.
Okay, I just for caution, I just go ahead and like recuse myself from the vote.
Yeah,
The next
there's
two
no
votes.
penalty for doing
Yep.
so.
Okay. All right. With that, I look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3141 at first reading and
Your
hold over
property
for
doesn't back
second
up to
reading
that
and
property.
adoption.
Your property doesn't back up to that one. There's two properties in between before that one gets touched.
Did we open this up for public comment?
Yeah, nobody wants.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's two different properties with that gated community there. That then it's this property,
Which one?
the mayor's property.
I'm the third one.
The
Yeah.
third
So it doesn't
parcel.
back up to it. It doesn't touch it at all.
Mm-mm. Oh, so
I mean,
what's
it's
the
up to him.
point?
It's up. Well,
Yeah.
I think he has a right to attorney commission. I mean, the mayor can exercise his right to.
Well, wait a minute now.
There has to
I
be a-
mean, they
Does he?
Typically, a council member has to vote or a commission member has to vote on
Yeah.
business items before them unless there's a special private gain or loss. So that is the standard. Usually proximity can play into that, and of course if it's within a subdivision, how many other units are within the subdivision, but again, not knowing all the specifics of exactly how orientation is and what relationships are and so forth, it's really up to the discretion, of course, of the official.
Okay. Because it's two houses, a house
Yeah.
in between, so it's up to him to make a decision.
That's fine. But I just would assume recuse myself, but I mean, we'll see how the vote goes. And so look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'll recuse myself, so it'll be a 4-0 vote with Mayor Nelson.
I need to
recusing
recuse myself as well, actually, now that I think about it. My company had a dealing with this at one point, so I want to recuse myself on that as well, just so there's no impropriety or even view of impropriety in any capacity. It wasn't my customer, but
So we got to go back to you already voted.
What I'd recommend in that case is that the commission revote.
You got to
Perfect.
revote because you already voted on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So
motion,
moved.
a motion by Commissioner Velasquez,
Second.
second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So it's three.
3-0, 2 recusals. Next up, ordinance number 3141.
Ordinance number 3141, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from T transitional to RCE residential country estate for property located at 1030 East Sandpiper Street, owned by Lincoln Douglas Haynes and Lauren Elizabeth Haynes, comprising 1.79 acres more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
For the record, Amir Hamza, planner. The applicant is requesting a rezoning of the same property, 1030 East Sandpiper Street, from transitional zoning to RCE residential country estate. And again, the property is located between Usla Road and North Thompson Road. These are the same vicinity and aerial maps of the 1030 East Sandpiper Street property that was shown for the future land use amendment. The total site area is 1.79 acres again. And the applicant is requesting the rezoning of the property, again, to be able to apply for a special exception application at a later date to develop an ADU for his elderly parents. As mentioned before and shown on these maps, the future land use was in progress and proposed to change to residential Velo suburban. Zoning is transitional, proposed to change to RCE residential country estate. The Development Review Committee has recommended approval at the December 9, 2025 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the change of zoning. The recommended motion is to accept first reading of ordinance number 3141 and hold it over for second reading and adoption on January 21st, 2026.
Any questions for Amir?
Yeah, I have one.
Sure.
If we are changing the zoning, why would he now need a special exception in order to build the accessory dwelling?
The zoning of the property currently is transition, which under transition, a accessory dwelling unit is not a permitted use. Now, if we change the zoning to RCE residential country estate, it is it will allow an ADU under a special exception, which means it's permitted but not by right. So they have to apply for a special exception permit at a later date to be able to develop an ADU under that proposed RCE zoning.
Is this the first one that we've done?
For what?
Accessory dwelling.
No, we've done accessory dwelling units in the city, a bunch of them.
And all of them had to get a special exception?
All of them have been done through a special exception process, yes.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Amir? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? If not, look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3141 at first reading, hold over for second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
3, those recusing themselves, Mr. Nesta and Mayor Nelson. Thank you, Amir. Okay, next up, ordinance number 3147.
Ordinance number 3147, an ordinance of the City of Apopka, Florida, changing the zoning from T transitional RSF-1A residential single family estate and MU-ES-GT mixed use East Shore Gateway to PD Planned Development District for certain real property generally located east of Vic Road, east of Jason Dwelly Parkway, north and south of Pond Can Road, south and east of Pittman Road, and east of Pond Can Summit Drive, owned by Palucci Acres LLC, comprising 618.36 acres, more or less, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date.
Good afternoon, Bobby Hall, Planning Manager. The property is generally located east of Vic Road, east of Jason Dwelly Parkway, north and south of Ponkin Road, south and east of Pittman Road, and east of Ponkin Summit Drive. You can see it's outlined in black on the screen. The slide to the right is the aerial photographs of the property that show it's quite extensive. Properties are approximately 618.36 acres in size and zone transitional, RSF-1A, mixed use East Shore Gateway, and has future land use designations of mixed use, residential low suburban, residential estate, and commercial. Excuse me. Applicants requesting rezoning of the property to PD. that consist of 1,034 lots consisting of single family detached units and townhome units. 2 non-residential properties are proposed to be in the northeast and southeast corner of the intersection of Ponkin Road and Jason Dwelly Parkway, and a 145.56 acre dedication of parkland to the city is located on the south side of Ponkin Road. This would be the dedicated area for the parkland. Maximum density, it's proposed in the PUD is 1.67 dwelling units per acre, which is less than the maximum density that's permitted in the assigned future land use designations. Of the 616.606 acres, 200 acres are proposed to be dedicated as conservation, 147.76 acres will be dedicated as open space, and 12.2 acres will be dedicated as right-of-way. The master plan proposes residential and non-residential development on the north and south sides of Ponkin Road, and only residential development on the east side of Vic Road. This is the 40 acres that was annexed unanimously by the city council back in the summertime. The residential, there is the non-residential parcel that is here, the corner of Jason Dwelly and Poncan, and then on the south side, future land use amendment was unanimously approved by the city council, I believe back in October of last year, and uses were dictated in that future land use agreement or amendment, as well as a right-of-way vacation, partial right-of-way vacation that was approved unanimously by the city council back in the summer of 2025. Master plan proposes development of 2 non-residential lots on the north and south side of Ponkin Road, specifically 5.92 acre parcel located at the northeast corner of Jason Dwelly Parkway and Ponkin Road, and a 4.9 acre parcel located on the southeast corner of Jason Dwelly and Poncan Roads. For the residential portion, for the residential portion of the development, a total of 1,034 units are proposed in a mix of 876 single-family detached and 158 townhome lots. Single-family detached lots are front and rear loaded. Front-loaded lots range in width from 95, 85, 70, 60, and 55 feet in width. The rear-loaded lots range from 40 and 34 feet in width. Townhome units are proposed in 6 and 8 unit buildings. Master plan proposes 25-foot wide landscape buffers adjacent to the existing residential subdivisions, and you can see those on the master plan outlined in green. Permitted uses for the non-residential properties are detailed within the PD master plan, but include but are not limited to coffee shops, including those that have a drive-through component, banks or other financial institutions, child care facilities, and restaurants. Residential amenities include a pool, cabana, tennis courts, sports facilities, playground, tot lots, outdoor fitness stations, and/or picnic rest areas. The applicant held community meetings on January 11th, 2025, March 5th, 2025, August 4th, 2025, and December 2nd, 2025. Proposed use of the property is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and Orange County Public Schools indicated capacity for proposed development is available and it's vested, as there's not an increase in the amount of units that are proposed. Location is served by the following schools: Rock Springs Elementary, Wolf Lake Middle, and Apopka High. The master plan details a 30-foot wide dedication of right-of-way on both sides of Poncan Road to Orange County to allow for future widening of Poncan Road. And I can show you it's best shown on the master plan. Email correspondence is provided in your packet from Orange County indicating that this is sufficient right-of-way for Poncan Road. Master plan proposes future vacation of a portion of Pittman Road that currently exists to Poncan Road. It would be up in this area. Pittman Road permits access to the Hamrick Estates subdivision. If the future portion of right-of-way of Pittman Road is vacated, access to the Hamrick Estates subdivision will be via a proposed roundabout located on Poncan Road. As you can see it right here, it would go up that way. Pittman Road kind of comes down currently, and you're probably familiar with the location for that. It's right here. To access Hamrick Estates, you have to go up Pittman Road, over, and through here. Approval of the master plan does not authorize vacation of the portion of the Pittman Road right-of-way. Vacation of right-of-way would be via future action of the city council to come forward as a resolution, and this council could either vote it up or down. An in-depth overview of transportation will be provided by the city's transportation coordinator at the conclusion of my presentation, and we have our consultants here as well that will go over some of the transportation issues. The Development Review Committee recommends approval at the December 9th, 2025 meeting. The Planning Commission recommended approval with a vote of 5-1, with member Robert Ryan voting to deny due to concerns with Rogers Road not being up to city standards. And with that, our recommendation is accept first reading, hold it over for second reading. But with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wharton, a transportation coordinator, and he'll go over some of the transportation issues related to the rezoning.
Can you repeat that again with the planning and zoning, the one member that disapproved? What was the reasoning?
He had issues with Rogers Road. His concern was Rogers Road is not up to city standards. Yes. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Wharton.
So I do want to say that I have met with the engineer and developers on several occasions because I have a collection of maps from them. So,
Hi, Bill Wharton, Transportation Coordinator for the city.
right.
We review the traffic impact analysis, but I think it's best for the consultant's traffic engineer to present that to you. And then after that, if you have any questions about how the city reviews it, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay.
So,
Traffic engineer.
Mhm.
Traffic engineer.
This is the last one I got from them.
I got like 4.
I got, yeah, a whole bunch.
Hi, good afternoon. Can y'all hear me better now?
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon. Elisa Sowell with Schatz and Bowen, 300 South Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I apologize. I thought there was going to be a little bit more of a transportation presentation up here. Was there a question that was being requested, or are we moving into our presentation at the moment? We can go forth with our presentation. Will you all be addressing the transportation aspects after the fact?
if it's your report, I would rather you present that and leave. If they have any questions.
Tag on? Wonderful. Okay. I just wasn't sure based on planning commission was done a little differently. Apologies for the confusion, you all. Okay. So thank you all for taking the time. I would like to thank Mr. Bobby Howell here. He has taken a lot of time and effort over the past year working with us, and we really, really appreciate all the time and effort that has been put into this project. So we have made a real concerted effort to ensure that the community's input has been incorporated into this project. And I think that you'll see that as we move through this presentation. But for example, we hosted not just one required community meeting, we hosted 4. So let's see if we can get into our presentation. Here we go. So before we get into the project, I would like to just go over the property's history for just a moment. So the total acreage of the project is 618 acres. All but 40 acres were annexed into the city back in the 1990s, so over 30 years ago. And when this property was annexed into the city, it was no longer zoned agricultural. The property, when it was annexed into the city, was approved with major development entitlements. And those major development entitlements have been in place since that time.
And you said it was the early 90s?
Early 90s. So, yes, my understanding was 1996. We've had some hard time identifying the exact time frame based on records, but I'd say it's been at least 30 years.
So the ability for the current owners or any owner they sell to develop the amount that you're saying here, 1,829 lots and over 6 million square feet of mixed use or commercial, has been in place since the 90s.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
So the current development rights right now allow for up to 1,829 homes and up to 6.3 million square feet of commercial. And just to give you a little bit of an idea of what that looks like, because when I hear that, I've got no idea what that means. That's like 5 Altamont malls plus like a super Walmart and a 7-Eleven and apartments. You're getting the picture. It's a major, major amount of development. And the city's code currently contemplates for the area shown in yellow here on the map that there would be apartments, gas stations, light industrial, and big box retailers. Those are the contemplated uses for this area in yellow right now. And that's what could be built today. Someone could come through and submit a site plan and move through the process and not have to go through the process that we are going through today. So,
And sorry to interrupt again. With new legislation that came into play, and it's something similar to what we just approved as well, if you guys weren't to change anything and build to what is entitled currently, would any plans have to come in front of this council to get approved?
we would have to be moving through the MDP process, but again, we would have all of the zoning already available. So we would be working within the straight zoning of your code.
Okay, thank you.
So, but again, this is what is absolutely able to, whether you can actually fit all 6.3 million square feet on the property, up for debate, but that's 5 Altamont malls. Like, that's an insane amount of square footage. So, proposed entitlements. As we've just discussed, this is not new growth. This is a massive reduction in the growth. This decreases the number of homes by 800. This decreases the commercial development by 95%. And this downzoning creates a development that is so much more compatible with the surrounding existing community. The proposed development has less than 2 dwelling units per acre, which is equal to, or in most cases, less than all of the existing surrounding communities already. Again, showing that it is very compatible with the existing development. The PD before you all allows us to create uniform standards for the entirety of the project. It contains a number of community benefits, and it also contains a number of restrictions on the developer. One of those restrictions, Mr. Howell mentioned, are the permitted uses and prohibited uses for the commercial parcels. So those future development commercial parcels have lists of permitted uses and prohibited uses, and those lists were tailored very specifically in a number of conversations over the course of the community meetings. And when we're here in City Council, we've taken those into consideration, and those lists absolutely reflect that. So, one of the main primary points of this project that we are very excited about and we think is very important to the city of Apopka is the open space piece. Right now, under the existing entitlements that we've been talking about with the 1,829 homes and the 6.3 million square feet of commercial, only 10% open space is required north of Pumpkin, and only 20% open space is required south of Pumpkin. This project is committing to a minimum of 50%. And again, you heard Mr. Howell mention there's 200 acres identified as conservation open space. So that is open space that is going to remain in its natural state. That's 200 acres. So additionally, with respect to buffers, no buffers would be required under the existing entitlements. Here we are proposing a 25-foot landscape buffer between the development and any existing neighborhoods, which is very significant. You're also going to have like-to-like lots. So if you're a resident and you would back up to this development and say you've got a 95-foot lot, you're going to have your 95-foot lot, you're going to look into your backyard, you're going to see your fence, then you'll have a 25-foot landscape buffer, and then there will be a 95-foot lot. So you're going to be looking at what you already have, which is again very consistent, and that is not something that the existing communities surrounding this project have at all. So the primary item with respect to the open space, though, is this preservation of 145 acres in the form of a passive city park. So, and you can see this on the map here, it is in a wonderful location, and it's a great asset when you're taking into account the active recreational facilities with the ball fields and the amphitheater right there off of Jason Dwelly. You're a 3-minute walk down to this city park that's contemplated to have over 3 miles of natural stabilized trail system that's going to run through around the trees. It's going to be under the canopy. You're going to get to enjoy the lakes. All of this right now is private lands that the community is not able to enjoy. This proposal will open this up to be a public benefit for the entire community. So you can have a mom who's dropping her kid off at soccer and say she wants to go pick up a coffee, park and go do a nice little 3-mile walk and then go pick up her kid. It's a wonderful aspect of this project. In addition to the city park and the over 3 miles of trails within the park, there is contemplated to be over 7 miles of trails within this project itself. So this project is really focusing on walkability and having that open space and giving that really nice Apopka feel to this overall project. Moving on to our favorite topic, road improvements. So we've heard concerns from the community regarding Ponkin Road, and we have worked with the city and Orange County. We've had a number of meetings, and we have identified major real solutions to problems that are existing right now. So with respect to Ponkin Road, we are proposing 30-foot right-of-way dedications along both sides of Ponkin Road within the development. That effectively doubles the width of Ponkin Road. It enables Orange County, because Ponkin Road is a county road, it would enable the county to do widening at some point in the future, but more importantly right now, it enables us to facilitate a lot of the safety concern improvements that we think are needed. So this right-of-way dedication would be approximately 12 acres, which is significant. But what's more significant and what we've been talking about a lot is the roundabout. So there is an existing intersection at Pittman and Ponkin, and we understand it's a very dangerous intersection. So this roundabout has been analyzed greatly. We have our transportation consultant who can speak to that after the presentation. But the roundabout location was identified at a particular place in Ponkin Road to help slow everybody down and to help facilitate a much safer traffic pattern. So in addition to the roundabout, we also have the trail that there's currently a sidewalk, and I understand it's constantly in disrepair. So this trail would be located at the northbound of that dedicated right-of-way. So it'd be much further away from the road. It's going to go the length of Ponkin. So it would be going approximately a little over a mile down Ponkin. It would be wider. And there's also going to be street lighting that will be added, which we think is actually going to make a very, very big difference on this roadway.
So sorry to interrupt again. The sidewalk, not the length of Ponkin, but the length of Ponkin that your property will
within the
abide.
development, which is
Okay.
over a mile.
Okay.
So that's significant, and it would end at Jason Dwelly with the school, and so it just adds a really nice walkability aspect to this project. So each of those improvements, the roundabout, the street lighting, the trail, the right-of-way dedication, all of these items are going to be done by the developer. It's not going to be done by the city, and it's not going to be done at the city's cost. It's going to be done by the developer at the developer's cost. And the developer is not asking for impact fee credits for any of this work, despite the fact that this is not required in the traffic study. But because we've heard so many comments and concerns about this roadway from day one, we felt that it was important enough to include it in there. And this project is big enough to be able to absorb the millions of dollars that are going to be required to construct these improvements. So we're also going to be doing right-of-way dedications along Vic Road, and those will likely align with the city's design of the widening of Vic Road, which is currently within your 2025-2026 budget this year. So, and to address Rogers Road, we are of the understanding that Rogers Road is in fact up to city standards. We are willing to work with the city on Rogers Road in connection with any future improvements that the city is looking to perform. I would like to note with respect to transportation impact fees, so I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Transportation impact fees are estimated to be about $10 million based on 2023 rates. We all know transportation impact fees are going to increase significantly, right? This development is not going to be locked in. They're going to have to pay the current rate as it increases. So that $10 million is likely going to increase significantly. And this project will be built in phases. Stay with me for a second. It'll be built in phases. The first phase is estimated to generate approximately $3.7 million that will be paid to the city in transportation impact fees. Those transportation impact fees can be used by the city and allocated to transportation projects in the surrounding area. For example, Rogers Road. So, another important aspect of this project are the utility improvements to the city's system. And one of those that I would like to highlight to you all is the reclaimed main line. This facilitates looping the city's two different reclaimed systems that currently cannot connect. This is not required by the project. It's something that staff has worked with our project engineer on, and the developer is agreeable to this. This is contemplated in the PD agreement for the developer to design and construct this extension of the loop system, and that will ensure it should assist with capacities and flows, because during a number of our community meetings, we've heard from a lot of the residents about the reclaim system pressures, and this should hopefully help that. So I've talked a lot about improvements. And generally, we hear with projects, we're going to do a bunch of improvements or we're going to pay a lot of money. But the question is always when. This nice visual shows you the public improvements on the top line. You have a time frame of the project build out in the middle, and then the bottom is the home construction. So if you can see, a number of the improvements are going to be done in the beginning of the project. So that's before or concurrent with development. If you see first home construction is contemplated for late 2027, that's likely going to be early 2028. All of these items are going to be started before the first home building permit is pulled. So everything is going to be coming along in the beginning, which is a very unique aspect, and it allows to provide for, to at least address some of the infrastructure concerns that we have heard. Although city staff has confirmed that the infrastructure is or will be addressed and will be satisfied in connection with the project with respect to all of the restrictions and the limitations that we have agreed to in the master plan and the PD agreement. So, a little summary. This is a down zoning. There's 12 acres of right-of-way dedications along Ponkin. We are constructing major roadway improvements to create safer roadway conditions and connections, most of which are at the developer's cost, not at the city's cost. The right-of-way dedications along Vic Road to facilitate the widening. We talked about the approximately $10 million in transportation impact fees, which again, at 2023 rates. I'd also like to note the total amount of impact fees that would be generated from this project, water, sewer, are closer to $36 million. So it's a significant amount of money. We understand that those are paid generally at building permit, but this project is going to be a 10-year approximately build out. But you're going to be seeing those funds flow in over the course of time. And again, that first phase is significant. It's going to be generating a fair amount of impact fees for the city. A few other items, the reclaimed mainline we talked about, the preservation of the 145 acres via the dedicated city park. We will have a construction of over 4 miles of public trail systems. And we didn't touch on this too much, but with respect to the future commercial parcels, those are going to create job opportunities and local retail and restaurant opportunities. We've heard from a lot of folks at the community meetings about how they just go to the the sub shop, sorry, I'm blanking on the name, and they would love to be able to have something closer. And this project would facilitate with the trail system and with the location of the future commercial. We think it would be wonderful for not just the surrounding residents, but also, of course, it would serve the ball fields and the amphitheater and all the folks who would go there in the afternoons and the evenings and all of the time on the weekend. So at the end of the day, we think this is a really great project. It clearly meets the city's comprehensive plan and land development code requirements for approval. And your professional experts, city staff, and outside consultants agree with this, including with respect to the infrastructure component. And I do just want to note that normally I'm up here asking for extended development rights, and I am quite literally asking for the opposite. We are asking for a downzoning today. This project encapsulates everything that a great project has. It decreases the number of homes, bringing it to be more compatible with the surrounding community. It secures over 50% open space, including the dedication of a 145-acre park. It provides solutions for safety concerns along Ponkin that are existing today. So, for these reasons, and consistent with staff's recommendation, we would of course request your approval of the proposed rezoning, and myself and our development team are here to answer all of your questions.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Are you going to a separate road presentation, or are we?
There's some things you want to
We'd be
clarify.
happy to answer specific questions,
Okay,
but
okay.
if you want an overview
No,
of
okay, that's fine.
we can do that as well.
Okay, so any questions for the applicant?
No, I actually don't. I don't have a question, but I actually am happy to see that actually a downzoning, and this is something we talked about last time. I think it's because of the infrastructure, and the developer is taking a lot of the accountability, and something the residents have said that they want to make sure the developers are, paying for their fair share, and you guys definitely did that. So there
They're doing
has
more
been
than that.
extensive, you got the 30 feet right away, the roundabout on Poncan, the dedication of the 145 acres for the passive that public park is very great. So there's a lot of benefits to I see to this. So this is something I actually will support. So
Any other questions for the applicant?
Yes, I was going to ask price point for these homes.
I asked that last time.
Yes. Aaron Streckmeyer, Pulte Homes. Good evening now. I think. But thank you for your time. Right now, I would think it's going to be fairly consistent with a lot of the new homes that you see in the area. I think MI has a community just on the north side of Ponkin, and I think am I right? Close by, and I think you'll see some of the larger estate lots go for comparable prices to that, which I think are in the 600s to more. Yeah, I think they have some starting homes in the 600s, but those go up to 900. Those are for your single family detached lots. Townhomes in the area are comparable probably to what the pricing you're going to get in the Kelly Park area. So those townhomes, they're starting in the 300s, I think, right now for some of those, with some high 300s. So from that number all the way up to around $1 million potentially for some of the largest state lots once you add options and premiums and those sorts of things. So we wanted to capture a range of different housing opportunities from someone who might be looking for something smaller at the entry level all the way up to someone who's a move up buyer with more options and things like that they're looking for.
Well, I think our price point needs to go just a little bit lower for someone that really wants to get started home and to be able to live within the same community. That as they receive promotions or the income increase, that they can still move within the same community. The kids will go to the same school and have the same friends in the same neighborhood. And if it's anyway possible, if you would consider at least a few at a little bit lower cost.
And certainly the PUD enables us to have a variety of different unit types, and our goal is to be able to capture as much of the market as we can. So,
and the reason why I say that because we have our police officers, our firefighters, our public works individuals that we're not paying a $600,000 salary, and we would like for as many of our employees to live within the city as possible, and so we're pricing them out of the city. So if you would consider that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we're looking at a range of different options based on the development standards that are included within the developer's agreement and the master plan that enable some sort of creative opportunities with some of the housing types that might enable us to try to get some more opportunities for those income levels. So
appreciate it.
Commissioner Nessa?
I got a couple questions here. Thank you for the time and the presentation, very detailed. I know we've met a few times, and I think I have attended the majority of our community meetings, maybe not all of them, but I've definitely been to the majority of them. And the point of those being there is to really hear from the residents. What are the concerns, likes, dislikes, pros, cons? Obviously, residents don't want a lot of development right now. That's obviously the top priority. Stop what we're doing. secondarily to that, it's what are the environmental concerns that come along with these developments? How are we preserving green space and then also the wildlife that is within this project as well? So, growing up here in Apopka, this was all, farmland for a long time, then obviously seeing it slowly come in with Rock Springs Ridge and some other newer developments as well. So walk me through, I guess, you're saying it's at least 50% or more of green space. That's inclusive of that, the proposed park as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's part of the conservation. So the open space is comprised of your typical open space, a little bit, you get a piece of the stormwater, the landscape buffers, the proposed city park. Anything that you see that is translucent is going to remain in its natural state. So a number of the areas. So that's 200 acres. And then you will also have all of the solid green areas will remain open space areas.
Okay, so it's about 200 acres of
preserved, not touching.
and then about 100-ish of
a little over
okay.
150.
Okay, understood. Okay, and then which is nice. Obviously, I think trying to preserve that as much as possible to still have that feel there of the rolling topography, which is really unique and cool there. I'm interested to see how you guys are going to overcome some of those hills there because it's unique. The transportation, the impact fees, the total impact fees, roughly, I'm not holding you to this, was like $36 million.
Total impact fees.
Correct. Everything,
all of them.
every piece of it. A portion of that $36 million is going to Orange County, though, correct? For their Pond Can Road piece, or is that $36 million completely Apopka specific?
That's going to Apopka.
Okay. I just want to confirm that.
No, there are no impact fees that are going to be paid to the county, and the developer is not receiving any impact fee credits with respect to the road construction. For schools, are included in that $36 million number.
Okay, so school will be backed out of that.
But it's not going to Orange County.
Okay.
It's going to the school board.
Okay. Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Sure.
Albert McKinney, 3603 Golden Gem Road. This is the sort of project that ticks all my boxes. What we're really looking at for Apopka for the future is more of these sorts of properties. There were some concerns about the prices of the properties, but market will dictate what these properties sell for. The market will dictate that when a property is of a decreased value, it'll bring people into the area with more money to spend. So it may be that by going slightly up more market, that we will bring in people with more money, higher paying jobs. We don't know what it's going to do. But market has a great way to dictate what things themselves do. So I'm fully on board. I like the fact that they're looking at doing extra work on the piping and the water for distribution because of low pressure. But here's my problem. And it's nothing to do with the developers. It comes back to the commission. The comprehensive plan already takes into consideration that Golden Gem ponds are functional. Golden Gem Road ponds are not functional. Golden Gem roads will not be functional until, in my estimation, 2030. Now, you may argue that you can put a 50 million gallon pond up and running. But remember, there's a lot of other development going on that's going to take up that water. So when you guys move forward today, and I sincerely hope that you'll move forward with this project, but what I need to hear from you is a commitment that you're going to push Golden Gem Road retention ponds to be able to deal with that. And remember, recently, we are involved with Orange County asking for 2 million gallons per day for sewage. So these developers are showing initiative. They're doing everything that I think developers should be doing. The question is, guys, what are you going to do to facilitate it?
Anybody else?
I have a Joshua McMillan.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon and Happy New Year to all. My name is Joshua McMillan. I live in Bridlewood subdivision bordering this proposed development. Firstly, I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for voting no to the On Ditch Road gated community. I see that you are listening to residents and their sentiments to slow down development and then act on it, and I actually felt represented whenever you did that. So I'm hopeful that your vote will be no to this project as well. Paluche Acres will be more than 3 times the size of the current largest residential development under construction in the city and add over 1,000 high-density residential units to an area already struggling with inadequate infrastructure. This will not slow down growth, but rather speed it up. I want to clarify that I am not anti-growth, but for sustainable and smart growth in the right places and at the right time. Does Apopka really need more housing at this point in time? And when will we see the portables removed at Wolf Lake Elementary and Middle? As an 8th generation Floridian and 3rd generation Apopkan, I do not want Apopka to become nothing more than suburban sprawl. This land is also well-known gopher tortoise habitat, as previously mentioned, including parts of the Apopka uplands. When looking at the project map and overlaying it with an elevation map, we see that the only land, quote-unquote, left alone, which will have sidewalks cutting down lots of trees, is the lowland and wetland areas of the property, in essence destroying all of the sandhill upland habitat, which has been destroyed by up to 90 to 98% statewide. Many gopher tortoises are killed intentionally and unintentionally at construction sites across the state, including here in Apopka. Even whenever tortoises are relocated, due to their homing instincts, they try to return to their original burrow sites for the rest of their lives, resulting in fatal road crossings. It's been brought to my attention that there is a fear of lawsuit if this rezoning is denied. I encourage all of you to think about the community that you represent. If you vote yes to this project, what community will you be representing? The fear of lawsuit should not guide the city council's decision. Citizens' voices should. And I just wanted to add that I did not feel very respected by the developers after the last city council meeting, after Elisa Solo told me something along the lines of, well, good thing you live in Jacksonville now, going to school where there's more nature. I don't think that they want me or many other locals to stay in our city. Thank you.
Next up.
Tara McMillan. Okay.
Bring it down just a little bit more so we, yeah, thank you. Yes.
So I was coming today to support him, and I'm not sure how anybody in this room has lived in Apopka, but I'm going to be 46 this year. I've been here since I was 13. So I grew up going to Apopka High School. I have 8 children. The oldest is 28, the youngest is 2. And I grew up with them, taking them to Pompano before Wolf Lake was even built, going to the high school. And I'm just not quite sure that anybody is understanding the concept of the congestion that you already get. I've traveled this road 16 years, taking kids to stuff there.
If I can interrupt you, and I sorry, they're telling us that I think your mic is off, right, and that's not your fault by any means.
I'm sorry. Now
Perfect.
can you hear
That's
me?
perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So anyways, I was feeling called to just speak up about, I've raised 8 children in Apopka, going to the theater, the schools, just the whole area. And I feel like, we could use more schools than we could use more homes in this area because the schools are already overflowing. The traffic, I've had children in accidents on multiple of these roads, and I just feel like it's only going to cause more conflict and more congestion. Like, we're going to need more, you know, hospital, we're going to need more, emergency personnel. if you're not going to make Poncan like a 4-lane road, like then there's no purpose in putting all this here because you're going to need more red lights, you're going to need more lanes. Even on Vic Road also. I just wanted to share that, and uh, I see that this would be a great, beautiful opportunity to have growth and money for the city, but just as a person living here and raising children, I feel like that needs to be looked at too. Thank you.
Anybody else? Sure.
My name is Eloise Beach, and I live on Vic Road. I've lived in that location for 58 years. It was a dirt road when I moved there, and you know about that road. Didn't even go through to 441, and so I've seen a lot of changes. And honestly, what you're talking about are all the fees and all the things you're going to get and all, but I live there. I live on Vic Road, and I live a stone's throw away from that massive bunch of homes right there in the bottom right corner. Right now, the traffic on Vic Road at the stop sign of Leicester will back up on rush hour and go past my driveway. And also when people are, and this road now extends right to the 429 intersection. That road. So you've got all the traffic that comes off of Poncan going down Vic Road. And then when people come home at night at the high school there, the traffic light will back up clear almost to the old Apopka highway with people trying to come home. So there's a tremendous traffic problem on Vic Road that hasn't even been discussed. And, we have to live there. And all the people that are coming in have no idea, and that's only going to add things. Plus the idea of the environment, and that's a wonderful hilly area, which I love so much. And I hope that's not going to be destroyed. And I personally witnessed across the street when that orange grove became a subdivision of a guy in a pickup truck coming in with big long wires and hooking those gopher tortoises out, throwing them in the back of his pickup, which really, really hurt me. And I remembered that vision forever. And there are still gopher tortoises living on my property because I preserved my 5 acres of wooded area too. I have a plant nursery there that I made sure I used. I did it where I had an environment left. I live in the middle and I don't see my neighbors. So the problem that I see here is not really about all the fees and what you're going to get and all. You got to think about the people that live there. And I would say if more people knew about this today, they would be here because there were no signs from the city or anything today about this. I had no idea until I saw something that other fellow put in that there was going to be a meeting today. So I feel very strongly that you should not support and you should vote against this project because it's really going to impact this area a lot more than you realize since you don't live there.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody else from the public? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Just a couple of comments, I think, kind of echo what Commissioner Anderson was talking about. What they've done is they've downzoned it 800 fewer units, obviously a lot less commercial. We're talking about road improvements on Poncan. One of the things that it was talked about but kind of glossed over, and that is the help with our reclaimed water line, which will make a huge impact on making sure that Rock Springs Ridge and that neighborhood gets the water they need at the pressure they need to operate their sprinklers. So, for all these reasons, I think it's a great project. I appreciate the efforts that the applicants put in to make this something that not only they're proud of, but that we as city residents can be proud of. And the 145 acre park is an amenity. I think that we're going to see a lot of the kids who don't play, Little League or Pop Warner or whatever. They can go down there and walk the trail or maybe even throw a wet line, which I did a few years back as a kid. So I think it's a great project that I think is will be an asset to the city of Apopka. Any other final?
Can I just add something? I did spend a few hours with Mr. McMillan, and I did go over everything that I had with uh, all the meetings that I had regarding the Palucci Acres. And the reason why I support this is because I already know what entitlements it has. And if we disapprove this, they can go with the original entitlements, which is not going to have any consideration for any of the neighbors because it's already there. So I'm sorry that you don't agree with this, which is fine. That's your prerogative. But um, I did go over and I emphasized the entitlements that were there from 1990. And with SB 180 and with Tallahassee tying our hands, if the developer decides the council doesn't want to go with this, they're going to go with what was originally there. And we can't fight it. And and I remember it's not about their money or the revenue that it's going to make with the impact fees. But 1996 entitlements were 1,829 homes, 6.3 million commercial. I don't want that in my backyard. I live in Rock Springs Ridge. And it took a lot for the developers to convince me, even for the 10 acres that they wanted, that the Palucci family wanted to keep and and give away the rest and sell the rest. And in doing so, I really was on the fence over it. And they went back and they worked to restrict what they can put there commercial. And they came back with a list, and I think that was presented at each of the community meetings. And the community overall was satisfied that it would not have a car wash, a dollar store, some of the things that we in the city already saying we don't want an auto store. We want sort of a restaurant. We don't even want a fast food here, I think. So um, I'm in support of this because I know what the entitlements are already, and we can't we can't say no to a developer who buys a property. We don't have that option. So we have to work with what we have. And I've been working, I've been meeting with them for almost what, a year and a half. And I have all the maps. And we keep saying, okay, change this, change that. Can we give that? And at the community meetings, you did the same thing. And I know that I was on the fence for those 10 acres, and it took a lot to convince me. And you actually created a list, and this is the list that the developer is going to stick to. And no matter what happens there, these this PDU, this PD will be there, and they cannot stray from this list.
And let me say, I went to their first meeting, and and I listened to the residents,
Oh, yeah.
and they were not happy with the way the meeting took place. And I went to the developers and I told them, I said, you all need to do this over again.
Oh, they did.
And and they did more than once. And so I think that they really have gone beyond um, our expectations to come to the point where they can present something that can accept and would be appreciated. And like Commissioner Nessa said earlier, this is better of the other option that we have of them already having entitlement to develop even more and leave less green space than what they have agreed to give up. And so my only concern is about the price point. Other than that, I appreciate all that they've done, and I don't think they were very receptive when I told them they need to do another meeting, but they did anyway, and so I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I may too, and the residents that did speak, thank you for doing that. It definitely is not falling on deaf ears. I take copious notes, so I definitely hear you, and I feel the same way. I echo those same sentiments. Having grown up here in '96 when these were approved, I was in grade school, playing out here and things of that nature. So it's I too echo the same sentiment of how do we preserve what we do have, the great stuff that makes our city unique. what has happened is the state legislature has overreached, I feel, and is taking away our home rule, effectively making it not impossible, very difficult for us to deny projects at this point. And if we do deny it, they'll litigate, sue us. We'll spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars litigating it, and they'll still be able to get the project done. So that's what my concern is that we get into a litigious area and we spend more money on attorney's fees and this still goes through. And again, the die was cast, unfortunately, in 1996 to allow well more than this. And not that I don't love it, but we're here now. It's similar to the Ondage North property that I voted no to annex it, but you're here now, and so let's just make it as good as possible for not only the new residents but the residents we have here, and to retain the green space we can. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Again, if we vote no, I still feel like this will still move forward, and we may just spend a lot more money to get to the same spot. Is my concern.
Okay, all right, with that, Mr. Anderson, you ready to make the motion?
Oh.
I thought you were.
No,
I don't think.
No,
You didn't start. She didn't make the motion.
No, I thought you were talking about. Okay.
No, yeah. You can.
Well, okay. I'm looking for a motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith,
Second.
second by Commissioner Velasquez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, ordinance number 3151.
Ordinance number 3151, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending Chapter 54 Retirement Systems, Article 2, General Employees Retirement System by amending Section 54-23 Contributions to provide for an increase in the member contribution rate, amending Section 54-24 Benefit Amounts and Eligibility to provide for an increase in the retirement benefit multiplier, amending Section 54-32 Minimum Distribution of Benefits to adjust the required minimum distribution age, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and setting an effective date.
We're back again. Hopefully this time will go smooth. I guess we missed something on the last, what was that called, Radley? The business impact estimate. We got that all taken care of now, so we're just bringing it back to you with that
Name
included
and
in there.
address for the record.
John Lewis Hanson, building official, City of Apopka. So yeah, we're just bringing it back. So you've got, well, darn near as many employees as we had the last time here. So it's just, I'm just so glad that even though it had to get put back on the first reading, that the last time it was unanimously voted for, and hopefully again.
For the record, you know that I had sent an email. The opinions of two constituents.
Correct.
And during the agenda review, I was assured by our finance director, and that's who really matters, is the finance, that this was not an impactful to the city residents and the businesses, if I understand.
Correct. Correct. Yep.
So,
any other questions for John?
I said I did because I got contacted by residents as well. May have been the same ones, may have not been, but their concerns were in it, and I'd asked this in my agenda review as well, of the actuarial estimates of the increased costs, both being retroactive and increasing it moving forward. Just the accuracy of that. How do we budget properly as a city council to do that, to make sure that we're getting it right? Because it seemed like a low number to me. I'm not an actuarial, so
right.
I'm not.
That's what they, yeah. I know it's
so,
not
yeah.
a real big number, and I was sort of a little bit surprised myself.
Yeah, I think for the impact, if this number is truly accurate, the total change, the total increase in contribution between both, I was gonna say the residents, the employees, general staff, and the city is $430,000. So
Annually.
Correct, annually. Excuse me, increased
Correct.
annually. So it just seems like a very large, for what we're getting, the benefit that you're getting, that investment seems like it's worth doing. So I just wanted to make sure that was the correct number, because it seemed, for the benefits that are coming out of it long term, it makes sense.
Yes. And again, this was calculated by the actuary.
Hmm.
So I do support the number. Again, as we discussed in the briefings, there's a lot of factors that goes into this calculation. This is a normal process to get an impact statement when you have a benefit change. And again, this is something that we can, incorporate in the budget going forward.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's it. It's not red flags. It's just I want to make sure that we're budgeting now and then into the future properly, so that we just know what we're looking at. And as long as that's the correct number, I think it makes sense for what we're doing.
Thank you.
And I think what I asked you in my agenda review, I was told it was about a 90% fund.
The pension fund,
Yes.
isn't it funded about 80 to 90%? Yes.
It's
Yes,
right
very
at
well
90.
funded.
Yeah.
Almost 92, I think.
Yeah.
90, yeah. Very well funded.
Okay, so something that we can sustain.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for Blanche or for John? Anybody from the public want to speak on this one? Okay. Okay. Look for a motion, and obviously I've got to recuse myself because I'm in the plan. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3151 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith.
Second
by Commissioner Nesta. All those in favor?
Aye.
And one recusal, Mayor Brian Nelson. Okay. Thank you. All right. Ordinance number 3152.
Ordinance number 3152, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, amending Chapter 78 Utilities of the Apopka Code of Ordinances by repealing Section 78-23 Industrial and Commercial Retreatment Guidelines and creating Division 1.5 Industrial and Commercial Pretreatment Guidelines, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, and Scrivener's errors, and setting an effective date.
Man, I thought they were here for me, but I guess not. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor Glenn Brooks, Utilities Operations Director. The action item before you today is to approve the first reading of the updated sewer use ordinance. In summary, the City of Apopka's pretreatment program was audited by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection on September the 10th, 2025. During this audit, FDEP identified that the city's sewer use ordinance did not include several required components outlined in the EPA's model pretreatment ordinance. Specifically, FDEP notes that missing definitions and missing enforcement authorities that are necessary for full program compliance. The items identified by FDEP as missing from the sewer ordinance are required definitions, categorical industrial user, control authority, and required enforcement authorities, injunction relief, civil penalties, criminal prosecution, and non-exclusive remedies. On October the 20th, 2025, FDP provided the city with the required steps for updating and adopting the revised sewer ordinance. The city submitted the updated draft to FDP for review, and FDP has issued a preliminary approval authorizing the city to begin the ratification process. Adoption of the revised sewer ordinance is considered a substantial program modification and requires the council approval followed by public notice and final FDP approval. And the recommended motion, staff requests that the city council approve the first reading of ordinance number 3152 and hold it over for a second reading and adoption. And with that, Adria Watson, our environmental program supervisor, is here, who oversees the pretreatment program, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions for Glenn Brooks?
So this
So
is
is the
just
number
holding.
correct?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is
Go
the
ahead.
ordinance number correct in your recommended motion?
It wasn't. I changed it. Where you're looking there on the recommended motion, it's got 2933. That was the old one. I did catch
That was
that.
the old one, yeah.
Yes, that was the old one. So it is 3152. Yes, sir.
Thank
Caught that this morning.
Okay, so they're basically holding the city of Apopka to a much higher standard.
Correct.
And you will be punished when I
If you
say
don't
that.
update it.
Yeah. Okay.
And legal has reviewed it also, our legal team, and well, like I say, we got preliminary
Much more
approval.
stringent and.
Yeah,
Right. And I think that is what our public is looking for.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for?
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys, or Mr. Brooks, meeting with me yesterday when I was handed a one sheet summary, and I read all 89 plus pages that were in the. So
bless you.
I read quite a bit, and I had to like Google stuff because you guys have a lot of acronyms, and so it was great reading.
Yeah.
And our discussion yesterday went into just different provisions within this agreement or in the ordinance itself, and what the director, I guess, can now do and not do, and just the standards, like it was said, that that we need to be holding some of our major industrial users to. So that was. Interesting to see, as well as the different plans that they may be requiring or not requiring that we could implement if we wanted to or not for those different users as well. I thought it was just valuable and very informative, more than I knew I wanted to know. And then what I thought was interesting too, in the is that 495, the representative that filled out the what is this? I guess interview form is the DEP representative. That was included in the packet. Something they said, and I just thought this was very noteworthy, is that they stated it. The CA looks while in the field in the building department will notify the wastewater program of any new users. The CA asks possible users to fill out applications. They will inspect possible users as well. And then they go on to state the business tax receipts help ensure no possible IUs are missed. So it's cool to see, and it's something we spoke about earlier in the meeting of how different departments are kind of having some synergy together. Correct. And that's great to see, and that's why I'm glad we kept the business tax receipts and that going, because even a totally independent department or agency is finding value in that here locally. So again, I just like to see that synergy. And again, reading every page here was just great. So no, not at all. I appreciate the summary. It does help for me to speak to residents about it too. And then we did talk about that. The only other thing was that the solid waste. I'm not sure if that's the correct vernacular for this. It was like 500 plus tons annually that we.
Yeah, that's it. The waste rest are solids, are biosolids that are hauled off site.
Yes, and so and if I remember correct, in our meeting, estimating around, I was going to say like 400,000.
Yeah.
Plus or minus. I'm not holding to it. Is what our cost to that.
Yes.
Okay, and those costs are slowly going up every year.
Yeah, they just actually really increased this past year at the end of last year, and we looked around, and it's
just one of those.
The hauler that we're using, local here.
Gotcha.
I don't know who it is, but it's competitive.
Yeah, no, sure, I understand. Everybody's costs are going up. So just want to thank you for the time yesterday, and obviously for providing this summary as well. Thank you.
Any other questions for the staff? Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve ordinance number 3152 at first reading and hold over for a second reading and adoption.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Velasquez, second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, Resolution 2025-45.
Resolution number 2025-45, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Apopka, Florida, establishing utility system tampering fines and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Jody. Blanche Sherman, Finance Director. I want to ask for the same grace that others have had before I came up here. Okay, we're back again with the meter tampering fees. We went through the ordinance process and we got the ordinance approved, amending the ordinance that allow us to implement this tampering fee. We had a resolution, we separated it from the previous resolution, and now we have the separate resolution. We've incorporated additional language in this resolution explaining how it is unlawful for any person to willfully and fraudulently, without the consent and authority of the City Council, to tamper with meters, lines, mains, and connections. So I'm here before you again, asking for approval of this resolution so that we can move forward with the effective date of January 1st. I know we're past that, but still, effective date of January 1st for the meter tampering fines.
Any questions for Blanche?
I do. And I just want to thank you for the time yesterday you spent with me. And again, so it goes back to some items that I spoke about on the ordinance side of this. It's just the concerns of enforcement. Residents were here of saying, okay, well, what if somebody does it? I don't know that happened. Why am I getting fined for it? And then does this truly provide a huge windfall of money into our coffers to be able to reduce rates and things of that nature? And then also, after a third offense, services are cut off. What happens to get it turned back on? And there's not like a process in place for that at this point.
No, it's not a process in place, but I want to give you some examples. Again, say for instance, if someone is disconnected for non-payment,
Raise the
raise
mic
the
up a little.
microphone.
Yeah, you're not.
Okay. If someone is disconnected for non-payment and say they go back and reconnect their services, they will be fined. That initial fine will be $250. And again, they cannot be turned on basically until they either become current with their account or, come to an agreed upon payment plan.
I get
Get
that
that.
scenario. I absolutely hear you on that one. How it was presented previously is not that same scenario.
Right.
And again, there's residents that came in with the concerns, and then the verbiage in there too that's still in there that says if you open or close your valve at all. So if my house is flooding on the second floor, pipe burst in the wall, I can't turn off my own water. I've got to wait for the city to get there. And if it's 2 a.m. on a Sunday, I've got to wait for the city to get there, or else I'm going to be fined.
And again, we have to look at the words also that indicate willfully or fraudulently. If their intent is to defraud the city, that's one thing. If you're cutting off your water because you don't want to flood, that's logical. It makes sense.
And I agree. Obviously, my ask is always to have a human component of every
Yes.
ordinance that we have, every resolution. But again, it's in there, and I just don't want this to come back to affect us negatively and hurt our residents at the end of the day too. So it's and again, I guess the goal, and it's what we said yesterday, it's about compliance. We don't want to collect any of these fees. We just want everybody to be compliant.
It's a deterrent. Yeah, exactly.
I'm still not comfortable with it, but thank you for taking the time with me.
No problem.
Any other questions? I mean, and quite honestly, if you just want to scratch the one word, close, because why would?
Well, if I close it, I got to reopen
it. In the code already.
Yeah, might be in the ordinance, but what about taking out willful and just say fraudulent?
Well, the sentence itself is no unauthorized person shall open or close valves, cut into, or make any connection to the system.
Fraudulently.
I think this is already in the code. This is just a resolution.
Correct. So we would have to go back and adjust the ordinance itself.
The code of ordinance. Yeah, this is a language where we're referencing.
This is establishing the fines itself based on the ordinance.
Yes.
But I think willfully and fraudulently kind of covers the individual that if your house is flooding and you went and turned your water off, that's not, you're not defrauding the government of anything.
Exactly.
But that's not what the sentence says there. And it's not what the ordinance said either.
This is a deterrent. This is not meant to raise any money, but it's a deterrent to keep people from doing it fraudulently and to collect or have water using our water without paying for it. That's what this is all about. It's people that knowingly and willingly, fraudulently leave a valve on when they know it they should, or they turn a valve on they shouldn't be because they haven't paid their bill, or they figured out a way to circumvent our system to get free water that they should be paying. Will help all. It's not a lot of money, but it's going to help all of us to reduce our water bills every month. So fraudulent. We hope we never have to find anybody. That's the whole goal here is not to find anybody. It's to get compliance, that you know that you're not supposed to be doing this, and that we get them into compliance, and we were able to to drive those rates
It's
down.
less cost for us to have to go.
Exactly. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this one? Okay. If not, close the public hearing. Look for a motion to approve resolution 2025-45.
So moved.
Got a motion by Commissioner Smith.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Anderson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Nesta in opposition. All right. Commissioner Anderson, why don't you get us started, please, ma'am?
Oh, I have nothing. Happy New Year.
All right. Commissioner Velasquez.
Okay, one moment. I know we've been talking about Matthews Hope sleeper bus.
Yeah.
Do we have any dates that they're coming, that it will be in the city? Not
I think he said they were working on the final. Remember last time?
First or second quarter, probably into the first quarter.
Is what he said. They said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing was that Orange County quietly cancels the 24-unit affordable housing project. Where are we going with that? What do we do?
We're not even sure that we're talking about Hannibal Square
Right.
on 6th. Quite honestly, I'm not even sure who owns the property now. Did Orange County take it back?
I don't. Oh, he got it.
No, they don't. They're not.
Oh, I thought that's what, I thought something. I said maybe for the well, I don't
So,
think I looked it up. I don't think from my understanding, it was an initial partnership with Orange County. They was
correct.
getting them funding. So I don't think did Orange County ever owned the property though. I don't think Orange County ever owned that property.
But
They gave them
they
funding, right? Some type
right.
of
And so,
funding. So I
anyway,
think they're
it's in
seeking.
limbo.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with.
Correct.
I don't think
Yes.
we have anything to do
Yep.
with that project.
The other thing is the March elections.
Yes.
Okay. I realize that it's from 10 to 6 p.m. for 2 weeks. But from 10 to 6, nobody's voting. I mean, when I researched the last election cycle for seat 1, 2, and the mayor, we did 1 week from 3/1 to 3/6 from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And I mean, the purpose of having the elections open at 7 is to allow all the residents who leave Apopka to go to work to have an opportunity to vote. If you do it from 10 to 6, they're already left Apopka to go to their employment, and at 6 o'clock, that's when they're coming home. So can we change um, the time frame?
Sure, we can.
Okay.
Is it on the weekends as well? Is it for the weekends as well? 10 to 6
And
on the
that
week?
includes, yeah, that included the weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
I know that speaking with Orange County, I think weren't you in on Jody that they were going to mirror our early voting hours.
Through Sunday, and they're mirroring our hours as well. So the supervisor elections office will be open on the weekends as well for voting.
But still, I just 10 to 6 is not conducive for our voters who leave Apopka. We have a large percentage of residents that leave Apopka to go to employment. So from 10 to 6 is not conducive.
And I agree. And nobody's going to drive over to supervise the election office.
Unless you're working today. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'd like to, kind of get a consensus from our commissioners up here and the mayor.
Both weeks, or we could, if we went from 7 to 7, could we just do 1 week?
1 week. That's what we
Okay.
did. That
All
was
right.
the research.
I'm good with it. Everybody else?
7 to 7 1 week.
Yeah.
Is there a preference on the
Through a full 7 days, so you get
Mhm.
both the weekend. Yeah.
For the first week or the second week, is there a preference?
Well,
You would do the second week
Yeah.
so that it ends on that Sunday, and then so it'd be the 8th that it ends on.
Right.
March 8th.
Okay.
Everybody good with that? We'll reach out to supervisor elections. Jody, if you'll. Okay.
Well,
Fine. Perfect.
thank you.
You
That
bet.
was
Yeah.
important to me.
Sure.
Okay.
That it?
That's it.
Mr. Smith.
Well, of course, Commissioner Aaron Smith was here again today. And I forgot what your response was in reference to naming the park after Roger Griffin. And I know at the last meeting I recommended we do that or name the road since that's what Wild Oaks suggested they were willing to do it. We didn't do the park. But Commissioner Aspen really would like for the park to be named after Roger Griffin. So I'd like for us to consider that. And I also mentioned about Commissioner Aerosmith. I mentioned 6 years ago that we need to do something in honor of his service here as commissioner. So I still stand on that point and would like for us to do that. And I know it was mentioned about coming up with some kind of guideline. And I said, after we do this, I'm fine with the guideline. But I think we need to do this. This was in place before we thought about that. And then also, it was mentioned from forgot who it was about our firefighter lost his life, Austin Durant. If it's possible to name Fifth Street after him, I was trying to think what business was on Fifth Street that would.
You got the hearing, the speech therapist. You've got the daycare, and you've got and coming down this way. Then You
Yeah,
got the
so
church, you got the,
what's the street that's the fire station's on?
that's Fifth.
That's it.
Yeah.
And the speech, I thought the speech.
She's
was on
right in front.
That's Sixth
No,
Street.
She's
no,
on Sixth Street.
No, not Sixth Street.
no, because they're right in the, they back up to the parking lot at First Baptist. It's on the,
No,
the
it's on
west
this
side.
fire station right here.
Right. That's Fifth. Because
All
Fifth
the
is
way to Central.
Fifth Street. Yeah, to Central, where it dead ends. So
Right, but the hearing place, I thought she was on the street where the police department is.
no, she's right here, right on the west side of the First Baptist parking lot.
Okay.
It's just right on the street from Ryan Lumber, right across, almost across the street from Ryan Lumber.
Okay.
Yeah.
235
But,
East Fifth
but,
Street.
but still, is there a problem with naming that street in its own?
No problem. So
Because I think that's the only firefighter we've ever lost, right?
Correct.
Okay. So
you want to do the whole Fifth Street or the portion?
I would like to do the whole Fifth Street.
Okay, now
I think
Well,
I think we should. And
Yeah.
we talked about this before, like a committee or something.
Right.
I don't think like
we did. I did get some feedback.
on that as well.
When it was first mentioned, and I think it'd be best because we said about a policy about naming rights, and I know I found something at home in my records. We had kind of discussed it because it included the amphitheater at the time.
Well, that's
That's
naming
totally
rights.
different,
That's
Yeah.
money. Bobby, is that
but-
something you could look your team
Yeah.
come back?
Yeah, because
So Bobby's going to take a look and see what he can
yes,
find out on road
yeah.
naming or
because I did get some
facilities.
feedback on
and then internet. I don't know, maybe if you kind of look as well, if there's something, and we'll come back. But I made commitment to
You did.
Bill Airschmidt that we'll at least
Have
we'll
a-
bring it back and it'll
and
be
discussed.
pass or fail.
On the agenda, okay.
Yep. Anything else, Commissioner Smith?
That's all.
Okay.
But I will ask if we bring it back that we actually know who, because with all due respect, I didn't know who that person is, so we have some type of description of who
Okay.
that person is, and we can't because I don't
Sure.
know who that is. Okay.
I thought he gave everybody, but I'll
Well,
have
yeah,
him.
but that's I don't. He just said 3 words. I don't.
Oh,
know.
I thought,
I thought you passed
he
out
gave us,
something.
He gave us, but it wasn't like I still don't.
It's still for the residents to understand and
She
have the
just needs to
same
have
in the
okay,
in the package.
and we'll put that in the packet. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. All right. Got it. Commissioner Nessa?
Absolutely. No, just Happy New Year to everyone. We're through the holidays now and everyone having 15 different things to do in any one given hour. So happy to do it. Kids are back in school, so praise report on that. And so I just happy to be back. Happy, good meeting, good January coming up. And I just want to remind everyone, office hours resume for 2026 tomorrow here at City Hall from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. You can make an appointment, 30-minute increments, or feel free to drop by. Tomorrow I do have 11 a.m. already scheduled, so anytime after 11:30 would work perfect. And if for some reason you don't feel comfortable coming in, I'm happy to meet you anywhere, everywhere that you are comfortable, and I'll make accommodations otherwise. Thank you.
All right. Bradley?
All right, first meeting of the month. So I do have our utility meters replacement program status update. Happy to report that we did surpass our goal of reaching the 12% mark as of January 6th. We're down to 11% of estimated billings. That puts us at 3,153 billings still remaining estimated. We have processed another 1,907 work orders in the month of December and reduced our no reads by 814 down to 1,873. Excuse me. So this report that I've been sharing monthly is related to the big picture estimated billing. We also utilize additional reporting on the specific meters themselves through our census system. Utility operations uses that to track on a more granular data point. So these percentages are also moving in the right direction. So if you look at this, the total number of reads are the actual reads that we're getting communicated back to us with an actual good number. I'm sorry, communications. point to point. The total estimates is a number that's coming back that for some reason that read, we're getting communicated the read's not happening though. So we're driving those numbers down as well. If you look there, December, we've dropped that down to 3.64%. There are still meters obviously out there that are older that are needing to be replaced that are outside of this report as well. But this is more of a granular unit by unit look, and it helps our utility operations team be more proactive as we go through the months.
The total number of reads is what? Because we don't
So-
have 76,000 accounts out there, do we?
Right. No, we do not. So, but accounts may have multiple meters. So the system is pinging those meters.
These are meters then.
Correct. These are reads. We read twice a month. So basically, you divide this in half.
Okay.
But again, this is showing us every time that we're trying to get a read, which is twice a month, we're getting this back, and this is the number, and we still have an estimated amount coming back. Again, it's a setup issue that we need to go correct, or we need to go verify the meter or the FlexNet is actually operating properly. We might be getting
what are you deriving from the data here of losing 10,000 reads, then gaining 10,000 again, losing 10,000, like every other month it's switching. What's happening there?
Yeah, I'll have to get back with the utilities team on what that variance is.
I mean, that's a weird consistency. If just looking at a very small data set,
yeah,
that's a trend.
Right. And I'll get the clarification and get that back to you all on what that difference is.
That's a tangible change every month.
It is a jump there, and we are looking to make sure that trend on the very far right goes as low as possible. Just a review of what we've done over this period. We completed a full review of operations, so we restructured our public service departments into two separate departments. Again, giving us a better focus on utilities operations itself. We've created new efficiencies and strategies aimed at clearing the backlog. So that's included adjusting our work order assignments, performing strategic meter repair work during overtime periods, adjusting our equipment and material supply ordering to ensure adequate stock and mitigate any potential back orders that our suppliers may be experiencing, and adjusting our processes on new meter installs to ensure that we're minimizing the need for us to go back and touch that meter again after it's been installed. We've also provided additional staff training on the Census meter system directly with Census staff. The new base station was installed and operational in December. This map shows our issue points still. If you look in that northwest corner, we're looking very clear up there. This will help us reduce the need for our manual driver or a manual meter reader to go drive that area to get reads now. So we've been able to pull him off that area and move him to other areas of the city while we continue to work on this project. We've also developed and implemented new tracking reports for budget expenditures and overtime use across the utility operations department. Again, this is just to help continue that management focus on our expenditures and the overtime trends throughout the fiscal year. And just an example of kind of where we're at as of this week, this last pay period clearing up, we're 9% under the budgeted target year for the current year for the water maintenance OT and 7% under budget for the sewer maintenance. Again, this is all relies on when emergencies pop up, we might have to hit this a little harder, but we are keeping that in the front of mind, and also as we do those overtime work periods to make sure we're being as effective as we can. And then we continue to reassess equipment needs and purchases as we move throughout the year to make sure if there is equipment that we had initially put on that capital plan, that as we're moving through this operation, we're able to kind of hold on that. We're assessing that as we move throughout the year. And then we also updated the fees for new service taps and backflow preventers. So we just accomplished that. What we still have coming, we're working with Census still, and I mentioned it, I believe, last month. They have a mobile base station unit. We're trying to get a demo set up with them to show us how that equips onto a vehicle. Again, this is just to provide more efficiency for single meter reader that we have. The mailable base station unit is a more powerful unit, would allow him to drive less of a route than what he has to right now with the smaller unit. We're finishing up the implementation of the credit card surcharge. In Q3 of this fiscal year, we're planning to get with Census and do another assessment of our FlexNet base station system. We're hopeful by that point, the log of issues that we have with meters will be at a point where we can get a good assessment of how the current towers that we have are operating and determine if there's actually an increased need for additional towers that we've budgeted for. And then, as we mentioned at the time of the rate setting of the rates, now that we're through Q1, we're going to in the process of re-engaging with Raphtilis to assess our Q1 trends. We've started Blanche and her team in UB. We've already started providing them information for review, and just kind of highlight some of the things we're seeing. Our total revenue factored in the model for FY25 was $36 million. Our total unaudited revenue realized in 25 was $39.7 million. So there is an increase in revenue that we'd experienced. We are providing that information to Raphtilis to make sure to see what we can do potentially about reducing a rate in a nearer term. And that will be brought back at the first meeting in February with Raphtilis. So we'll provide some information and some recommendations based on the trends that we're
So I mean, that's a 10% increase over what we were budgeting. That's a
this right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
budgeting poorly, or force majeure, so an act of God happened that we're getting 10% more.
Well, we've been making big strides in the operation to again clean up these areas that have been there. So it's a positive sign. We're providing additional information to Raphtilis to make that assessment for us and see what we can do. So they'll be back in February to kind of go through what they're seeing as far as our trends are. The only other thing I have, apologize, my screen locked out here. Orange County has set their final dates and times for the NOACATS, North Orange roadway planning meetings, and I have that information here for you. I'll also share it with you. Okay. And that's the Northwest Orange County Area-Wide Transportation Study. The first meeting will be held January 26th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Apopka Community Center. The second meeting will be held January 28th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Kelly Park School. And like I said, I'll share this
28th.
26th and 28th from 6 to 8 p.m.
At what time?
6 to 8 p.m.
6 to 8 p.m. It's basically the same meeting as the 26th?
I believe it's just two different times that they're holding.
Okay, so this one's at the Kelly Park School?
28th is at Kelly Park and the 26th is at
the Apopka Community
Correct.
Center?
And I'll share this informational card with you.
Okay. I think I saw that posted somewhere.
Yeah, they've started advertising it. Yes.
Yeah. I didn't see the 28th, but I did see the 26th.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. All right, Andrew, I know he's going to go over, I'll pass out a bill that maybe will give us some relief on Senate Bill 180. So I'll give you this. Obviously, it's only passed one committee in the Senate. There's no House companion yet, but yeah. But anyway, it's a start, and so I asked Andrew to go ahead and kind of go over some of the highlights on this bill that will give local authority back to the locals. So, Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Absolutely accurate.
And I know it's been a long meeting, so this is Senate Bill 840 in 3.5 minutes or less. You'll, of course, all recall Senate Bill 180 was a very, very long bill that addressed multiple aspects of emergency management and also touched on planning and development related decisions, effectively really restricting, severely restricting decisions that local governments could make. We're seeing Senate Bill 840. It's a very targeted bill. I believe the mayor passed it out to you. It's a very short bill as opposed to the very long bill that we had with Senate Bill 180. And the big, or really what this bill does, first of all, the real key to it is it does keep the ban on more restrictive and burdensome planning changes for local governments for this 2024 series of hurricanes. If you recall, initially under Senate Bill 180, that ran until October 2027. That is now shortened to June 2026. This bill in its current incarnation will become effective July 1st. So really, as soon as it becomes effective, that portion of Senate Bill 180 is immediately revoked. Some of the other things it does that are significant, it narrows applicability for future storms. So under this new bill, a future post-hurricane block on building codes would apply only to rebuilding properties that were damaged. It wouldn't apply to all new development and have the sweeping broad repercussions that we saw with 180. So that's being pulled back by the legislature should this bill become a law. In addition, it cleans up the language a lot. As attorneys, I think really our profession is struggling to interpret what the language used in Senate Bill 180 meant because of its ambiguity and its lack of precision. Multiple references to restrictive and burdensome have been taken away. It's much clearer what qualifies and what direction the legislature is giving under this bill. In addition, good news for local government, should it become a law, there is a limitation for legal challenges by developers, and so that's been honed in and curtailed as well. And so there's no longer the broad attack that developers could have to automatically bring lawsuits. That's been reined in by this bill. Another notable change is the restrictions that were in place, the more burdensome restrictions, the language that, of course, is also eliminated. But what was really curtailing local governments from doing the planning that they needed to do, as well as develop certain planning restrictions, that was all within 100 miles of a future hurricane's track. So very wide swath whenever a hurricane came through the state of Florida. That has now been lowered to 50 miles. So if you have a hurricane that causes a regional impact, well, you now have a radius that is shortened by, diameter that essentially has been shortened significantly. So it doesn't encapsulate, unaffected municipalities and counties with the new geographic scope of restrictions. In addition, there are very specific exceptions within the bill, and there are carve-outs relating to stormwater, flooding, drinking water, and sewer system ordinances. It's clear that these are not contemplated within the scope of restrictions, and so the governments can continue to regulate and utilize their home rule powers to regulate those particular areas and specifically mentioned. Really, that's what this bill does. It may morph, as the mayor said. It's only in its first committee has been filed and is under review, but certainly a step, I think, in the right direction.
Yeah, I think it's kind of from my perspective, it's trying to narrow it down to reconstruction, not construction. It's also the 50 miles is a big, big change. And I guess the other thing is that they're keeping the restrictions on giving us the ability on any kind of flooding. So, which I think is right. We need to be able to limit growth if it impacts flooding in our city. So I think it goes a long way now. There's another 60 days to go between now and the end of session, so anything can happen. But I think it's a real good first start. So keep an eye on it, and I'll have Andrew or Cliff keep us every meeting. Hopefully we get if we don't get a house sponsor, like I think it's got to be today. No, it's coming up really quick that we've got to have. Now they can make some house bills that will without the process. But anyway, so keep an eye out on this. So
Will do, and I'll keep an eye out for companion bills as well.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Anything else?
That's all I have.
Good. All right, so a couple things, all good news. Well, one of them not. I'll start out with went to the funeral for Eddie Cole, who was the former mayor of Eatonville, and man, it was a great testimony to his character. I was really moved. They even had the old coach from Rollins, Glenn Wilkes, who coached there for 30 something years, came up and talked about his about Eddie Cole. So it was a real moving service, and I was glad I could attend. Okay, a couple other good news. Everything. We completed the last sale, land sale to Taurus on the 31st, like last day of before the rate that would have gone up. So we are out of the property in the town center. So that's been completed. We've got the Wild Oaks, the commencement for the Kelly Park Road expansion. It will be January 14th, 2:00 at 4322 Golden Gym Road. So this is your opportunity to come out and we start the road construction and all the improvements on Kelly Park Road. So
what time was that?
2:00.
2:00.
January 14th at 4322 Golden Gym Road. Okay. I don't know which I need to go. Well, okay. Next one, Saturday Sounds will be Saturday. The band will be Velvet Stone. So 5:00. Come out and listen to Saturday Sounds. How should I go next? Okay. Really interesting. We were obviously went to both Hurricanes and to Fifth Street, as we did the New Year's Eve celebrations. And so we were sitting at Halls on Fifth, and I looked over, and there was a gentleman there that had a big necklace around his neck, and he had the Longhorn emblem on this chain. I go, well, tell me, what are you doing here? He goes, well, they were at the Citrus Bowl, and Citrus Bowl it was an afternoon game. So he says, so he goes, I don't know whether he went to Google, I don't know how he got, but somebody ChatGPT, somebody says, hey, where would be a good place to go tonight for New Year's Eve? So from the Citrus Bowl, down in Orlando, we came up with the number one hit for him. So he gets an Uber, drives from the game to Apopka, spends New Year's Eve with us here in Apopka. Based on, don't know how he got the information. It was I know we did some promotion, but I know that Fifth Street Merchants did some promotion. But what a cool story. So if there was one, there might have been 5 or a dozen. So it was really neat. And then the last thing I'm sure everybody knows is Rock Springs Ridge now has the golf course under their control. So they've got a 15-year lease to figure out what to do. And so we're so happy that Rock Springs Ridge now is in control of their own destiny. So
yes,
with that, we will call it an evening.